So I want to put this up. So cloud connection. I'll just introduce myself, but cool. Awesome. Okay, I think we can get started. So, hi everyone. My name is Nicholas Kunkel. A little bit of background on me. I've been in the crypto space for quite some time. Was part of the founding team of MakerDAO, kind of late 2016, early 2017. And was a MakerDAO for about 6 years before starting Chronicle. So what I kind of want to talk to you about today is real-world assets, but I want to talk about them more with the lens of how can they help DeFi, because DeFi has a problem, and it's not what you might think. So very quick shill on Chronicle is we are an Oracle protocol that spun out of MakerDAO about 2 years ago. We currently secure about $10 billion in TVL, making us the second largest Oracle in terms of assets secured behind Chainlink. So I think in order to highlight what the problem with DeFi is, we have to talk about Maker for a second, and you'll understand why. So here's a graph of the revenue that Maker has earned going back to 2021. And so if you kind of look at the dates, what you'll start to kind of realize here is that there are very, much like peaks and valleys that correspond to, the, let's say the hype cycles of crypto, right? So in 2021, we had DeFi summer, right? Going into 2022, right, we had, the bull run, right? And then going into 2023, right, yeah, things are starting to pick up again, but we have this massive spike in revenue, and it's a little bit different than the others. And I think you'll understand why in a second. So, where is all this revenue coming from? Well, if you go to, this is from makerburn.com, so you can verify all of these numbers yourself in real time. And what you'll find is that Maker is currently making around $155 million a year just from crypto-backed loans. So these are, loans against Ethereum, against Lido staked ETH, against Wrap BTC, and including, right, kind of credit delegation to Spark protocol, right, which is kind of a money market that formed in late May of last year. But I think the more interesting piece is actually where is all the other revenue coming from? And so a really good chunk of Maker's revenue is coming from real world assets. And so why is this relevant? Why is this important? Well, if you look at this history of like MakerDAO's revenues, going back to 2020, what you'll find is that in the blue, you have revenue earned from crypto-backed loans. And the problem emerges that people only want to borrow against crypto when they want to get leverage. And they only want leverage when number is going up. And so what you'll find is that DeFi protocols like Maker, like Aave, like Compound, like Morpho, they have this problem where they make a stupid amount of money in the bull market, and they size up their teams and they expand into new product verticals, and then the bull market ends, and their revenue just drops off a cliff. And all of a sudden they have to downsize, right? And they have to do these mass layoffs. They have to cut off, interesting, like innovative new product verticals that they were attacking, right? And they kind of go into this like survival mode, just trying to make it across this uncertain, uncanny valley before kind of the next cycle. And so I think, to Maker's credit, they recognized this very early on and said, okay, we really need to diversify our revenue streams. And so real-world assets was like one really attractive opportunity to do that, right? And so you were able to kind of smooth out this revenue curve, right? Where you don't just have like this boom bust, between bull markets and bear markets, right? You can at least have some floor to revenue that you'll receive from the real-world asset side, right? And so here you can see that right now, Maker's revenues around, I would say 65% of them, or maybe a little bit less, I think around 60% of them, right, are coming from crypto-backed loans, and the remainder is coming from real-world assets, right? And that's like a very healthy type of distribution. However, there is no free lunch, right? Real-world assets are not this magical solution where you can just wave your wand and just start printing money like financial alchemy. There are serious kind of pitfalls that you have to consider. And I think the way that protocols are going about it right now is not the way that it should be done. So, right, the first thing that you have to understand about real-world assets is, and this is going to seem very obvious, right, but it's important, is that they're not crypto native, right? The asset that we're talking about, right, is not like an Ethereum token or a Bitcoin token, right? It is something completely independent where the on-chain token is a representation of something off-chain. A good way to like imagine this actually is bridged assets. Bridged assets are kind of a halfway analog between crypto native tokens and between real world assets. And what I mean by that is when you say, you bridge, Ethereum from, some ETH from Ethereum to another chain, right? Or you bridge some DAI from Ethereum to another chain. What you have on the other chain is not actually Ethereum, right? It's not actually DAI. It's just a IOU that is redeemable in the bridge, that you use to bridge, right? And it has very different properties, right? It's not the actual ETH, right? It's a ETH with a little asterisk on it, right? And that has kind of dramatic consequences, right? It means that the liquidity for a wrapped Ethereum or a wrapped DAI on some kind of L2, right, is completely different from the liquidity for native DAI or native Ethereum on Ethereum. And so when you have a lending protocol, right, that needs to do liquidations, it could be that DAI is super liquid, but not on that chain. Right? And so the risk profile of the asset has changed considerably because it's not the native representation of it. And so this is the same problem, but exponentially more complex that you have with real-world assets. And so I think there's kind of three, or actually even four kind of main problems that you have to kind of deal with when it comes to RWAs. The first is ownership. Most RWAs that you encounter today, they're not they're not bearer assets, right? If you happen to be transferred the token on chain, it is quite variable depending on which RWA you're talking about, whether it's actually redeemable for the underlying asset, right? There's all kinds of compliance restrictions that can come into play. The other is liquidity, right? We can talk about, say, like tokenized treasury bills. Treasury bills are one of the most liquid markets in the world, right? Actually, it might actually be the most liquid market in the world. However, a tokenized representation of a treasury bill has no, the liquidity of that has no correlation to the underlying liquidity of that's represented off-chain, right? And so this is something that DeFi protocols then have to deal with, right? Because they have to make a choice, right? They either say, well, we either can't liquidate on-chain because there's not enough liquidity, and so we have to incur this time penalty of liquidating off-chain, or we're going to liquidate on-chain because we can do it instantly, but the liquidity profile of that is extremely diminished compared to the native asset, right? And so the last is kind of counterparty risk. And so this, I think, is actually the most relevant. Because real-world assets are quite opaque, right? When you see a token on-chain, that's kind of the UX of the real-world asset. It's not actually, the guts and what's what's happening behind the scenes, right? So just to give you an example of how an RWA might be issued, right? You could have a trust. And that trust could have a beneficial owner that is some on-chain protocol. That trust, right, is then connected to a broker, right? And the broker is the one responsible for doing asset transfers, right? Security purchases, sales, whatever. Then you have another party that's a custodian. Right? Frequently, this could be some kind of custody provider, sometimes even a bank, right? Sometimes even a very large bank. And then apart from that, right, you could have an auditor, right? Someone who is auditing that and asserting, right, that, okay, something is actually in custody, or asserting that, the purchases and sales that a broker made, are actually, that their claims are representative of what actually happened. And so you have an enormous amount of parties that are present, just for the generation and issuance of this one asset. And the problem is, from any DeFi protocol that is now trying to integrate that RWA, they're presented with this huge puzzle of counterparty risk, where each of the parties in this equation has a significant amount of moral hazard, right, to not be entirely truthful. And so to give you an idea of why that might be the case, like let's take a look at Maker as an example, right? Maker has around, I think, $1.5 billion in credit extended into RWA kind of treasury bill exposure. Now, Maker would like to, be sure that, those treasury bills, actually exist, that they actually are in custody, that they actually have the exact kind of duration that they're expecting, that they have the exact kind of yield to maturity that they're expecting. For something that might not be a T-bill, right? They might be interested in a certain risk-adjusted yield, or a certain net asset exposure to a certain asset class, right, in that portfolio. The problem is, every single actor in this chain has this moral hazard to lie, right? Because as long as Maker is supplying credit, all of them are making money on fees. As soon as Maker cuts off that credit line, right, all of them are not making any more money anymore. So when it comes to the reporting of this data, you you run into this problem that you can't actually trust any of the individual parties, right? You can't trust the broker when they say, I purchased this bond, with this QSIP, with this, duration, with this yield. You can't trust the custodian to tell you, yeah, I have all of this in custody. Pay me my basis on, what I'm holding in custody for you. You can't trust the auditor like on their own. And so you end up with this web of actors and people and institutions that are quite opaque. And so this is kind of the monster problem that DeFi has to overcome in order to successfully integrate real-world assets. And so what I think needs to happen is that we need to get rid of the opacity, and we need to get rid of the manual kind of reporting of data, and we need to get rid of the trusting of any individual provider of data, and come up with a solution that allows DeFi protocols to have real-time automation in response to real-time data. And so let me explain what this means, right? It means that you need to have automated reporting by all of the different entities in this chain. It means that you don't trust any of the data that any of them individually report. And it means that you try to get symmetry, right? What do I mean by symmetry? Well, if the trust gives an instruction to the broker, hey, please purchase, $10 million of, short-dated treasury bills with, the following kind of duration, it should match up exactly with what the broker says that they made in purchases. It should match up exactly with what the custodian says, they received from the broker and are now custodying. It should match up exactly with what the auditor, right, is confirming that the custodian has in custody. Right? And so only through this information symmetry can you actually report data with a high confidence interval such that you are minimizing the moral hazard of getting this data from any individual actor. And so now once you have this data and you have this real-time broadcasting of this data to DeFi protocols, now there's a ton of stuff unlocked here. And so what you've really created is an oracle. But I want you to break out of like this mental sandbox that you have of an oracle just reporting price and start to think of how much more useful it can be when an oracle reports metadata that is anything but the price, right? When it comes to, say, a portfolio of bonds, right? You want to know what is your asset exposure to a particular asset class, right? You want to know what is the delinquency rate of that portfolio. What is the term, so what is the duration risk, right? When protocols have this, now they can start making all kinds of automated decisions. Whereas right now they're just using oracles to decide, do we liquidate or do we not liquidate? Now protocols can say, well, let's use yield as an example, yield optimization. Well, in this RWA over here, we're earning 4%, but in this one over here, we're actually earning 6%. So let's automatically redelegate credit from this RWA opportunity to the second one, right? Same thing with like asset exposure, right? We think we have too much exposure to, US issuers or to Singaporean issuers, right? We want to rebalance some of that exposure. Let's redelegate some credit from this bucket to this bucket, right? You could even think in terms of like risk-adjusted yield, right? Instead of just absolute yield, right? Now, it's also in terms of safety, right? When an RWA starts to have kind of starts to express, undesirable behavior, in terms of, one, maybe non-performance, but two, jeopardizing kind of the credit health of the position, right? The DeFi protocol will need to have circuit breakers, right, in place that can allow them to react in an automated fashion, right? So a good example might be the USDC DPEG, right? Protocols like Maker, like Aave, like Compound were very much not prepared to handle the USDC DPEG because it required manual kind of intervention, right? And not necessarily manual intervention from, say, the team, but manual intervention from governance. And so having these automated circuit breakers is the only way to ensure that like the DeFi protocol is not the one left holding the bag, so to speak, right? So this automation is really what is kind of critical to de-risking the integration of RWAs into DeFi protocols. And oracles are the way that we're going to get there, right? But again, it's only going to happen if we de-risk the oracles from the moral hazard, right? And we just get a symmetry of information. So should come as no surprise that this is what we're building at Chronicle. And so if this interests you, you can come build it with us. We're looking for backend engineers. We're looking for smart contract engineers. We're looking for DevOps, infrastructure engineers, all kinds of technical people. So if this interests you, come up and talk to me, or you can reach out at hello@chroniclelabs.org. You can also, if you just want to learn more about us or keep in touch, right, you can follow us on Twitter @ChronicleLabs, or come check out our website, chroniclelabs.org. So I think I may have like a minute or two for questions, so I'll just leave it there. Cool. What's up? I can... All right, yeah, just shout. Sorry, what is the greatest risk when it comes to delegating the source of truth? Yeah. Sure. I mean, so what you're essentially describing is the Oracle problem, right? It's it's no surprise that the Oracle is almost like the Achilles heel of any protocol, right? If a Oracle reports a value of 0, well, everyone in a lending protocol gets liquidated all at once, right? If Oracle reports a value of max UN 256, someone's going to max borrow all of the credit available, right? And with some dust as collateral, and all of a sudden the protocol goes insolvent. So yeah, you have the same risk, right, when it comes to RWA oracles as you do with traditional oracles. There's you have that same risk, right? And that's it's something that as a protocol, right, I would say you should not do yourself. Rolling your own oracles is kind of like the same as like rolling your own cryptography. It's just not something you should do, and I guarantee you don't have the resources to handle this problem in a responsible way. But you do have the responsibility of being extremely diligent about which oracle you use, and really delving into, on the technical side, how it works and what's happening, and internalizing, what that means for the security and resiliency of that oracle, and not just paying attention to like, oh, this is the brand, and oh, or everybody uses this one, or oh, like this one has, billions of dollars in TVL, like, so-and-so protocol uses it, they're really big, I bet they did really good due diligence. Because I can tell you the due diligence in this space is extremely poor given the quantities of money that we're dealing with, right? And I would love for people to do more due diligence than they are doing right now. Cool. All right. What's up? Yeah, just come up here. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So how do you basically look at the shares? So let's say New York Stock Exchange or the Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange, bringing them sort of on chain and sort of like ensuring the custodians have the shares that are getting traded.
Sure. So us, we're not looking into doing RWA issuance ourselves. There's not one cookie cutter recipe that people follow. I think it's very jurisdiction dependent, and even within a jurisdiction, there's kind of multiple kind of structures that people employ. So depending on whether you're doing issuance from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Dubai, from London, from the US, offshore and say like Cayman or BVI, right? Those will be very, very different, right? And so from the Oracle integration kind of touch point, right, it's also going to be very diverse because it's all going to be very kind of structure dependent. So, okay. Anyways, I think I'm getting kicked off, but thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
HDMI, do you need a dongle for anything? Okay, perfect. Selected.
Oh, so then you'll just mirror it?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh yeah, and make sure that you're like this far away from the mic, just that you're projecting.
Right here.
Lower. Whatever's more comfortable for you.
Great. Okay.
But yeah.
Oh, sweet. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Just try to get it close as you can without eating it, but yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, so like this, right here. Perfect. Are we good to go whenever? All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Nitya. I'm the founder of Capsule, and today we'll be talking about the wallet endgame. So a bit about me, started my career in fintech, worked on the Celo protocol on stablecoin payments for quite some time, and then we started Capsule about a year and a half ago to really focus on solving this problem of self-custody in the context of really allowing blockchain interaction to feel much more similar to interaction with other forms of information or data on the internet. So let's maybe start with why we're here. It's been over 15 years since the Bitcoin white paper, and yet we're still here talking about key management. So why is this such a difficult problem? Crypto is very different, and blockchains as an interaction mechanism are very different in that there are really two apps responsible for most given transactions. dApps are tasked with reading data and proposing transactions, And wallets are, of course, a separate application tasked with actually writing a transaction, getting confirmation from the user, and propagating that along to the chain. This is very different from Web 2, of course, where in Web 2, if I want to tweet, like I did about being here, I can see my tweet, all the feed. I can construct a tweet, like compose it. Then I can go ahead and write it, and then it shows up on everyone else's feed, and that only happened in one app. In contrast, of course, in Web 3, we have two different apps. But why? So the reason that we have wallets to begin with is because in order to actually sign a transaction, you need to have access to the private keys. And turns out there are a lot more places that we might want to propose a transaction from than places where we're comfortable giving up access to our private keys. And so this is a big kind of difference in that, unlike Web 2, in Web 3, one wrong transaction can drain our wallet. And as a result, there needs to be this historic separation of concerns between the places where we are deciding what we want to do and the places that are trusted enough to actually perform those actions. So by extension, wallets are, extension no pun intended, they're extensions on our browser, they're apps on our phone. Wallets are products, but they're also more broadly a platform for actually evaluating transactions. So they're a trusted environment where we as users look to say, what am I about to sign? Is it safe? And wallets do a lot more than that today as well. There's the user interface layer, what are my balances, switching chains. There's the authentication layer. In the case of most wallets today, this is just my private key, but maybe Face ID is another mechanism that most popular mobile wallets have. And then there's, of course, the transaction-related stuff. So forming a transaction, verifying it, presenting that information to the user, collecting user consent, and then actually going ahead and propagating that confirmed transaction through an RPC to a mempool and finally into a confirmed block. So wallets have evolved quite a bit. At first, as mentioned, we had these standalone wallets like MetaMask, where their job was to be this almost trusted kernel where my seed phrase is held and where every transaction gives me an additional place to say, I as a user explicitly consent to this happening on my wallet. Of course, that has the problem I mentioned, where we now need two apps to do anything. And so there have been two kind of follow-ups from that. The next kind of stage was wallets starting to build in application functionality. So think the Uniswap wallet, think Robinhood DeFi wallet, building up into this space of helping people decide what to do or giving people ideas of what kinds of transactions they might want to do. And then actually streamlining that consent and transaction approval flow within one app. And so then the logical next place was, okay, well, wallets are moving up into functionality. Why not have dApps move down into wallet functionality? And so that's what's led to the rise of embedded wallets, where we can, of course, in the context of an app, use something like a social login or an email or a passkey to create a wallet that exists just in the context of that application. With Acts 2 and 3, we streamlined this flow of going from I want to do something to that transaction is now on a chain in one app, but we created a new problem. Instead of now having our one wallet that we take with us everywhere, we now have dozens and dozens of wallets, some of which are held in apps on our phone, some of which are held in kind of browser storage, but in all kinds of different environments. And in general, we've seen this sort of explosion of the number of different places where I now have to sign from. And as a result, the number of places where I hold assets. And then maybe building on that, Act 4, which I'll be talking more about, is the kind of bringing together of both of these concepts. So this notion of an embedded or kind of all-in-one end-to-end integrated app experience where interaction is something that happens in one app and one app alone. But bringing that together with the composability and interoperability that is really one of the main reasons to be leveraging a blockchain infrastructure to begin with. So if we think about the broader end game, that's the name of this talk, right? The wallet user experience. We basically see that it's the fully abstracted UX and interaction that we're used to with Web 2, where we push buttons, something happens, we're not leaving our flow, we're not scared that something's going to drain our wallet. But along with the portability and verifiability of an on-chain system. And specifically, that means, one, a wallet that I can use in one application, but with the assets that I can access in other places. So think my ENS name, maybe I minted that in an application or bought it, and now I'm using it to register for something else. And then the verifiability of maybe as a user, I'm not inspecting JSON anymore, but I can still verify that the transaction that I wanted to happen has actually happened. And I can do that in an open and public way. So the problems basically between where we're at now in terms of the status quo and there's a couple of them. The first, as I mentioned, we have dozens of wallets, and it's nice, maybe we don't have to manage the seed phrases for all of them, but we do still have dozens of different places where our assets, our NFTs, et cetera, are all sitting. Building onto that, account abstraction is kind of an elephant in the room. It's been a big part of this story. As we've seen the number of chains explode, and we've seen the complexity of transactions explode, account abstraction is something where we're seeing that we'll have to deploy contracts to maybe every chain. And I'll talk a little bit about how that can work together with MPC-based signers as well. And then there's this very, very foundational trade-off of signing a transaction requiring access to a private key. This really bubbles down to, if I want to sign a transaction in 5 places, I need to have my private key in 5 places. And as we know, that security paradigm is challenging because one app that gets hacked is just the end of that wallet's security everywhere. And so this has really led us to a place where we do have some convenience that we've gotten from sharding keys and doing things like being able to sign from a browser or sign from various environments. But if we're not careful, that can happen at the kind of detriment of having private keys exposed in places where they weren't in this original kind of wallet dApp paradigm. So breaking this down, in terms of Web 2 experience, how do we achieve this? This is, as I mentioned, not needing 2 different apps to do a transaction. And this is really, we've made really big strides in this as an industry in the last really year or so with 3 different mechanisms. The first is HSM EOA-based wallets, where you can have a private key that's stored in a remote hardware security module, and you can have the signing interface separated out from that. So the key's still in one place, but you can initiate a transaction against it and have the signing occur within that module. The second is Shamir secret sharing. What Shamir secret sharing does is we generate a private key the way we did before, but then we split it up into a few different shares, and then whenever we do need to sign a transaction, we reconstruct the private key in that environment and sign with it there. As mentioned, this can lead to some cases where we might have a private key in a place where we might not want to, which has some properties we might not always want. That's where distributed MPC comes in. So with distributed MPC, what we do instead is you have 2 parties, or N parties really, collaborate to generate a shared signature using zero knowledge, and then, or a shared secret. And then similarly, there's a multi-round distributed signing protocol where these parties can collectively sign a message with that shared secret, in this case, the private key. What's really nice about this is that it prevents the need, as I mentioned earlier, for the private key to be in the same place that the signing is happening, and therefore opens up a pretty large space on the design front of being able to sign transactions from lots of different places without also having the private key in lots of different places. And then this can even be extended to what I'll call programmable MPC. And so because you don't need to have the private key in one place, you can actually kind of insert things like evaluation logic or permissions or other kind of areas where every share may not even have the same privileges. So you can have something like a share that expires through key rotation, and generally speaking, have a notion of programmable signing ability that is tied to individual shares. So what this really does is open up a space where you can have many different applications or many different environments interact with the wallet without actually giving every application the ability to drain a wallet, which is very important. If this sounds familiar, this is a notion that a lot of the account abstraction space has been talking about as well, through session keys. And so you can think about session keys very similarly, where you have multiple different signers. They could be MPC signers, EOA signers, really anything that connect to an account abstraction wallet and have some set of on-chain permissions. As I mentioned, with account abstraction, we have the multi-chain fragmentation problem. MPC can help here too. Really, you can have an EOA or MPC signer that connects to wallets across a range of different app chains, rollups, and chains in general. And as a result, even though you have all of the wonderful complexity that you can put on chain through account abstraction, you still have one signer that a user interacts with, and therefore just one unified interface for interacting across any chain. And so from here, we kind of get right back to where we were around what is this endgame. It's our fully abstracted UX, the ease of Web 2, being able to sign transactions from anywhere, with the portability, verifiability, and security considerations that we need to get the best of Web 3, being able to port our assets around and take them with us, and use kind of different protocols as building blocks. And we can achieve that through programmable MPC in conjunction with a lot of these concepts from account abstraction. And then on the right, this is really an example from Capsule and how we do this, where we think about this in a more SSO or single sign-on type of context, where you can have applications with scoped access. You can validate or verify that access through distributed signing. And you can revoke and grant permissions to apps without granting them the ability to access arbitrary information or arbitrary kind of execution ability on the wallet. And so now I'll talk through maybe some of the key features we have. So this is really some features of what we might think of in terms of next set of wallets, and I'll just talk through how we've been doing them at Capsule. So the first is easy user onboarding. This is a non-negotiable. People are looking to interact with everything Web3 has to offer. They're not looking to kind of leave their context and then come back later and generally deal with drop-off. Multi-device. As mentioned, people are on their phones, people are on mobile, people are on desktop, maybe people are in Telegram apps. Being able to sign transactions from anywhere that I can make an API call is another really important property in terms of being able to open up interaction with the blockchain to be as simple as interaction with an API. And then building on that, a notion of multi-chain. So having that extend to not just one chain or one even roll-up ecosystem, but across all of the different chains that people might have activity on. I talked a little bit about programmable signing. This is really the ability to give apps permission to do some things on wallets without giving them a permission to do everything on a wallet. Portability builds on this by saying, in addition to these multiple apps being able to interact with a given wallet, I should be able to take that wallet with me and use it across anywhere that I would want to access the assets that I just used in a given app. And then the kind of last one is around the social login side of things and making it really easy for people to use the social logins that they love, but making it as close to impossible to compromise assets when you compromise the social login. We do this through a combination of social login and passkeys. There's a lot of different mechanisms for this, but generally it's very important that we don't kind of, in this process to make things easier, reduce the security level and guarantees that we're giving on these wallets. And then in general, feel like the hope for this is really moving towards a place where we have wallets that feel universal in the same way that crypto is universal. So whether it's MetaMask, we launched a collaboration with them recently, where you can have a MetaMask Snap that has a capsule-powered MPC that's the same embedded wallet that you used in your favorite dApp. Whether it's kind of easy modal-like onboarding experiences, and whatever ecosystem they're across. So generally just making it easy to create a wallet anywhere, and then take it anywhere that you might need to use those assets along the way. That's really all about Capsule, and so we have a little bit of info there. And then more broadly, I'm super excited to talk to anyone who is in this space of thinking about where wallets are going, MPC, account abstraction, anything in that realm. And so these are some of my social handles. You can come find me later. Thank you. Do we have time for a question? All right, I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. Were there any questions? Great question. This was about the notion of a wallet across multiple different actors. And so I think the notion of a signer plays in really well with a single authenticated individual being able to access an account. And so in this context, you could think about it either with having MPC shards that are authenticated to individual parties. That might be useful in a case where you want any sort of execution logic to be off-chain or private. Or you could think about it on an on-chain notion, similar to how a lot of multi-sigs operate today, where you, of course, have multiple different signers. In that context, an EOA could work. A lot of organizations also will use MPC to offer the recoverability in case a single actor loses their seed phrase or doesn't want to deal with self-custody. Great question. So this was about whether or not portability of an embedded wallet relies on an application integrating that embedded wallet provider. So in our case, we think about it in a few ways. First, if two applications integrate Capsule, that experience should be fully seamless. So signing can happen in the background. You have all of the bells and whistles of an embedded wallet. We also support standards like Wallet Connect, so that anywhere Wallet Connect is supported, you can still access that wallet. You'll still need to do manual review of transactions in those cases, but you can access that wallet anywhere. And then another thing that we've worked on in this front is with MetaMask doing an account collaboration. And so this really looks like evolving an embedded wallet into an account within a non-custodial wallet, and then being able to use it in that same dApp paradigm. Yeah, so Capsule has a MetaMask account type, a Wallet Connect wallet support, as well as multi-app SSO. Any other questions? All right, thanks everyone.
Hey guys, I'm Mac. I am a tech reporter with CNBC. I'm going to bring up my panelists, and then we're going to talk about on-chain security. Panelists, come join me. Okay, guys, so survey after survey shows that one of the key barriers to entry for Web3 users is this perception that it's easy to get scammed. Now, to me, scaling Web3 clearly starts with better on-chain security. That's what we're talking about today. I've got a stacked panel. I'm going to let you guys briefly introduce yourselves, and then we'll get right into it. Ido, why don't you kick me off?
Hey everyone, I'm Ido. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at Blockade.
Cool. Taylor?
Longer.
Okay, I'll go a little bit longer. At Blockade, we work with some of the biggest companies in the space to protect their users from fraud.
Wait, Ido, hold that much closer to your mouth.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, even
Okay.
closer.
Like this?
Yes, that's
okay.
great. Okay.
Like an ice cream
Cool.
cone. That's what
So
that's
I'm
about.
Ido. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at Blockade. At Blockade, we work with some of the biggest companies in the space to protect their users from fraud, phishing, hacks. Some of the greats, like Nadav and Taylor here as well. Excited to be here.
Thank you. I'm Taylor Monahan. I work for MetaMask. I've been building wallets in the space since Ethereum launched. I've always really been focused on like user safety and figuring out how we can actually help our users be safe and not get completely wrecked. And so at MetaMask, I kind of sit in between the product teams, the security teams, the customer support teams, and really do like a lot of research and threat intel so that we can like use the intelligence we have to translate that into improvements to our product that actually provide a good user experience for our very diverse and ever-growing user base.
Alrighty, my name's Nadav. I'm the CTO over at OpenSea. I've been in the Ethereum space for a good 7 years now. Prior to OpenSea, I ran a company called Dharma, which, among other things, at one point in time ran a fairly popular smart wallet. And so across the Dharma experience, and then also obviously OpenSea more recently, I've been very, very exposed from multiple angles to various Web3 security and the kind of user experience concerns. And I've had the pleasure of getting to work with Taylor and Ido as a result quite a bit. So yeah, fun to be here.
Okay, so before we talk about security solutions, I think we need to quantify just how bad the problem is, because I feel like people don't fully appreciate just how widespread certain schemes are. Can you guys just help set the scene, share some anecdotes, some war stories of just how bad it is out there?
Dude, it's so bad. I think that it's really easy to lose sight of for an individual user to come into the space, even if they've been around or they're previously around, they're venturing out into the Web3 world. There's a lot of touch points that are very Web2, like Twitter. And it's they're just constantly bombarded with scams. And I think a lot of times we think about the rug pulls or the DeFi exploits, but your average person is also confronted with account takeovers where they're doing a fake airdrop. Your really average person who may not be in crypto at all is actually still confronted with crypto scams via pig butchering and these large scale operations that essentially onboard individuals to crypto in order to steal their money. And because of the diversity of scams and the evolution of the scammers, and just how, I guess, the new technology has not quite evolved to whack-a-mole all the different things, if you're not really paranoid and really skeptical all the time, you can very easily end up getting wrecked in one way or another. And so that's what, when I think about things, it's how do we get better across the board? And the numbers are huge. I don't know, do you have numbers?
We can drop some numbers in a second, yeah. Maybe our take here is, the way we look at it is, I don't know, I think we're early days of crypto. Nadav's been here for 7 years, but we're still early days.
Ask Taylor how long she's been in.
Dude, I've been in this space a decade now, and it blew my mind when someone told me that the other day.
So, but I think like the early days of the internet, where anything you clicked could install some nasty malware, adware, or toolbars, and users had more toolbars than browser. If anyone here has like an elderly grandparent or something, you probably have seen some shit. And so I think Web3 is similarly like that, right? Where anything you click can drain your funds. It's just much, much, much worse because here in the past people were stealing data. Here they're actually stealing people's money.
Quick question for you, and then I want to go over to Nadav in terms of war stories. Yesterday, the Coinbase outage, people seeing their accounts go to zero. Obviously, Blockade, one of the things that you guys do is integrate into like MetaMask, and I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but like you're also integrated into Coinbase Wallet. Do you have any insight into, because like rumors abound in terms of what actually happened. What Coinbase is saying is that it was an outage and they're dealing with it, but any thoughts on what we saw yesterday?
So I think it's no surprise to people that as numbers go up, volumes go up. I don't want to comment on anything that has to do with Coinbase or anything like that, but I would assume that they, like us, are seeing insane volumes. Taylor maybe can comment on what MetaMask is seeing. We can comment on what we're seeing through our customers. The price of Bitcoin isn't the only thing that's rising. So
Yeah, I think that we just released like numbers, and we just like re-hit 30 million monthly active users. And so, yeah, we're back. But with the, I'm so scared. But with that, it's like, a lot of times when people come flooding back, it's really this onslaught of traffic. And if you have not kept your servers at like full, like open, empty capacity for the entire bear market, when they come flooding back in that volume, it can be really hard to keep everything online. It's just, it's basically like a DDoS, except it's all legit people.
most is legit.
Most.
And Nadav, if you have anything to add, and I also just kind of want to get into some of the nuances of who these attackers are. I mean, like Taylor, you've talked about the skitties as one way to describe these bad actors, and I wonder if I leave it to you too. I'd love to kind of like break apart like who are your biggest threat vectors right now, and then I want you to tell me about the skitties.
I'll talk about the cities.
So yeah, I mean, little story time here is like a lot of the reason why I ended up working so closely with these two is because OpenSea is in many ways like there's probably like 2 or 3 applications that are at the mouth of the funnel of like almost everybody who enters Web3, and those are probably MetaMask, Uniswap, and OpenSea. Basically, like if you look at it in terms of just sheer like traffic and like normie users coming in, right? So as a result, like we're one of their first touch points. And what's really, really common in the NFT world are these things called drainers, right? And so basically, like there's this whole sort of illicit black market out there that I think like Taylor or Ido can tell you a lot more about, where people essentially buy these like, they'll buy pieces of code essentially that are like, this is your gold or your platinum drainer or something like that. And then they'll go and just spin up like thousands of different scam links and scam websites, and they will find every which creative way possible to get normal users with wallets installed to click these links and then get all of their NFTs drained. It can happen through Twitter, it can happen through Discord, it can happen through email, it can happen through you name it. And the fun thing is that often these users are relatively inexperienced. They'll have their NFT stolen, and they will immediately think, oh, I got to reach out to OpenSea support because they'll help me get my NFTs back. Of course, we don't have the ability to do that because we don't control the blockchain. That's kind of the whole point of this, right? So anyways, it specifically during like the last bull run, this became like a hair on fire problem for OpenSea, just because of like the sheer numbers were insane. Like it wasn't that people were getting their NFT stolen on OpenSea, or even getting their NFT stolen by like clicking a link from OpenSea. It's just that they would assume that we had some sort of ability to either like rectify the situation or help it out. And so it was a major support load problem. And so as a result, like I ended up having to learn a lot about this weird, crazy economy. That's how I ended up actually meeting Ido, because they had a very novel and interesting solution. And then we got the team together, and we were like, we need to stop these bad actors. I don't know, Taylor, maybe you can tell them a bit about the skitties and where they come from.
Yeah, so we call them the skitties. It's like an evolution of the script kiddies. It's basically, they're usually young. They're usually like in the West, English speaking. And they hang out on like the forums, and they have their own distinct culture. There's like overlaps with like the sim swapping groups as well. And the reason that we call them script kiddies is that they're not necessarily like advanced hackers with deep code knowledge, right? But what they are able to do is they are able to take like a kit, so like a package or a set of software. They're able to buy this kit that an actual development team built. They take that, and then they basically just sort of like retrofit like a logo on it, the name. And so what they'll do is they'll like take over a Twitter account, say for a new hot project that's doing something like legit. Maybe they're launching, maybe they're doing an airdrop, whatever it is. They'll take over that account's Twitter, or they'll spin up like a bunch of fake impersonation Twitters, and then they'll basically spam these fake airdrop links. So it'll be like a giveaway scam, it'll be like claim your airdrop, it'll be like get your free NFT, those sorts of things. But what the skitties themselves are actually doing is they're just like slapping a logo on this website and setting up like, like 1,000 Cloudflare accounts, and then just like mass spamming it on social media, on Discord, however they can get it out to you. And then if you click the link and visit the site, it'll look like a legit site, like most sites that you visit, where it's like a landing page, a big button in the middle where it's asking you to take this fun action, and if you take this action, you're going to get something free. But in reality, when you click that button, it drains your wallet. And this is why we call them wallet drainers, because it literally drains your wallet. It'll take all your assets, whatever assets that you approve, it'll just sweep them all out. So whether that's all your NFTs, whether that's specific tokens, they have a bunch of different like technical mechanisms that they use. And if you if you click approve on that transaction, it's over. Your stuff is being swept out. And a lot of people just, because they don't fundamentally understand the inner workings of the signature, and because the website promised them free money, free NFT, free whatever, people click these links like really fast, a lot. And it's a really big problem because they are these like young, like weird, it's a weird culture that they have going on. And so they also evolve very, very quickly. Like they're kind of crazy, they're very loud, but they will rapidly innovate their drainer kits. So like if we implement something to block some of the things that they're using to steal from people, they will, in their Telegram groups, basically run around yelling and getting like very upset. And then they'll push an update to their own drainer kit, and then they will like market it to their buyers, and they'll be like, we evaded the MetaMask blockade thing, no more red screen, buy now, $50 upgrade, guys. And then all the skitties will be like, oh, cool, they evaded the MetaMask blockade thing, cool. And then they'll buy it again, and then it continues on. Most of the time, when they're screaming about this stuff, it's like classic crypto sales. It's like an empty promise. But sometimes they do actually innovate enough to get around some of our stuff, and then we have to push updates to our own app in order to continue blocking them. And it's just like it's a total game of cat and mouse. And they're they're vulgar little kids.
And like you said that like in some cases they're more successful than nation state sponsored actors, like something like an $80 million a year run rate business.
Yeah. So they did last year specifically the wallet drainers. I think the number is they sold $330 million, and that's all from these websites, and that's all from like individual retail users. So like the average loss size is actually relatively low, right? North Korea state-sponsored actors will go after like say like HTX, Poloniex, like these big name things, and they'll steal $100 million. The skitties, on the other hand, are stealing $330 million over the course of a year, but they're doing it in like $1,000 here, $2,000 here, and that should give you an idea of how broad the scope is, right? In order to steal $330 million, $1,000 at a time, like that is a deluge of scam sites.
Okay, so shifting to solutions, Nadav, this kind of goes to a point that you were making earlier. Like, who owns the problem of users getting wrecked? And so you mentioned this, like if somebody has their NFT drained, they're coming to you, even though it's not happening on the OpenSea platform. And I guess I just wanted to like put this question to all of you. Like, how do you navigate like owning the problem? Because I feel like you guys do on stage. Not everyone feels the same way. So I kind of wonder what people are saying, like on a Zoom meeting behind closed doors, about where the onus lies and how you're navigating that as well.
I think it's a full stack problem, right? So I think basically everybody has a role to play. People who design protocols have to be aware of like how those protocols will be phished and how people will use them maliciously. Applications that have large footprints in terms of users like OpenSea, we play like an enormous role in either educating or evangelizing certain solutions, and then obviously like making sure that scammy links or fraud doesn't occur on our website. Wallets are kind of like the first line of defense, and that's why companies like Blockade are so important in terms of being able to kind of give them the sort of tools to beat the skitties, quote unquote. And then I think there's just like a broader community aspect of it, right? Like it's like there's also just generally an onus on the broader community to make sure that like there's a certain level of like social education that happens for people who are entering the space, to like that people know that they need to be cautious when they're like navigating Web3. They need to be aware of the existence of these sorts of drainer links and whatnot. So I do think it's a community-wide thing that needs to be tackled.
And I mean, the thinking has evolved, right? Like, whereas like a year ago, it was firmly, the blame was being placed on users, that mindset has changed. And why is that? What's evolved in the thinking there?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We started Blockade because of this problem with Nadav, with Taylor, with everybody else, that we work with. And when we had initial conversations with a lot of these companies, the blame was set on users, right? You signed it, it's on you. I think that ultimately has changed over the course of this past year. Companies in the space, primarily the leading companies in the space, like OpenSea, like MetaMask, understand that the products people use need to protect them and need to be safe. I think there are still companies in the space that don't think that way, but there are a lot more that do now. And I think Taylor talked about this game of cat and mouse, where we improve, they improve, we improve, they improve. At the end of the day, it's a financially motivated game. Once it doesn't make financial sense anymore, they'll leave. And we've seen them leave platforms that we've deployed solutions to. And I think the game has started. This game of cat and mouse has started, and I'm really excited for this year to see what the skitties do, also what the nation state actors do, and go from there. I think we've seen also nation state actors sponsor these drainers, and over the course of time. And so the same tools that these skitties are using, or the same methods, I would say, are similar to some of these nation state actors as well.
And like Taylor, you sit between the product team and the end users who are getting wrecked. You're navigating that issue of urgency. Like, what is it? And kind of going to that larger point that Ido just brought up, the arms race that exists. Like, how do you keep up team morale as like you solve one problem only to just play a game of whack-a-mole?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough, especially when I think this space historically has put a huge amount of emphasis on things like user privacy, and like the idea of like security being sort of limited to like your stack, like your specific app or your specific protocol. And like the second that some external force comes into play, or the second it's like, oh, well, that would have never happened if the Twitter account hadn't been compromised, it's much easier for product teams in general to be like, oh, well, maybe Twitter should fix that problem. And just sort of like push off responsibility. I think it's a really natural thing when you're confronted with the fact that like your users are losing money. It's a really natural thing to not want to like internalize that fully, right? You don't want to think that like what you're building is harming people. And so the way that like I think about it, the way that a lot of our product leads think about it is that user safety is part of user experience. They have to be safe in order to have a good user experience. In fact, if they're not safe, it's a critically bad, like you lose that user forever. They don't come back to crypto after you're, when they lose all their money, they don't come back. And so when you think about that, it's like, okay, well, let's do this to improve the user experience. Let's do this to protect people. And it's less about like, oh, well, is it our product's fault or is it this product's fault? It's more about like, we're trying to build the best product for people. We're trying to provide the best experience for people. How do we do that? And reality check, making sure that like different threat actors can't take advantage of your product or abuse your product's feature set to get at users is a really, really important one. And like Nadav said earlier, like this really is something that has to happen at every layer of the stack. The wallet obviously is a big one, but dApps can do more and should do more to educate their users and also set the right example, right? Like the reality is like if everyone's doing free airdrops and then the skitties start doing free airdrops, everyone who did an airdrop, everyone who said click this button and sign this transaction and get your airdrop, every single person who did that trained those users to think that that's how the world worked and that this is acceptable. And now everyone is like, cool, like free money, let's go, except that that gets their wallet drained. And so I think that like we really have to be considered like, what are you training people to do? And what is your end goal? And personally, like the airdrop people, like stop airdropping people. Stop having people sign transactions to get an airdrop. Like, I can't even tell the legit sites from the scam sites at this point. Oftentimes, the skitties have more polished sites than people who are legit doing claim airdrops. Sorry, but it's true.
I will say really quickly, though, on a note of optimism, though, I think it's important to acknowledge where we are today is like literally orders of magnitude better than we were like a year ago. I think like where we were like a year ago was like basically like it was ridiculously easy to be one of these skitties. Like it was just free money on the table. It was just like waiting for you if you got into that little business. Now there's like in the cat and mouse game, now there is actually like an adversary. Like there is now like a significantly higher barrier of entry, and so like that doesn't mean that it's not going to keep evolving and that you don't have to keep up with it, but it's like, I think Ito mentioned this earlier, right? It's like these scammers, like they're not, for the most part, they're not that sophisticated, and they are fairly short attention span and are trying to do the thing that is easiest, that's the lowest barrier to entry for them to like make some money. And so often even imperfect amounts of friction are like 90% of what you need. And so, but I'm really curious to see, especially now that we're in a place where like, it seems like we are quote unquote back. It seems like, the top line volume numbers in general are probably about to go up. I'm excited to see like what's the updated metric going to be like on that theft loss, right? I'm willing to bet it's going to be a lot lower.
I mean, is that in what you've seen, Ito, like through your work at Blockade, is the problem getting better? Like to Nadav's point, like have you seen numerical improvements in terms of like how people are being, I don't know, protected against some of these schemes?
Yeah, we monitor these things very closely, and we see measurable improvements, right? I think, through our work with MetaMask over the course of these past couple of months, as we're rolling out, we've been able to protect users from, over $100 million worth of assets from being stolen. We see measurable improvements inside of OpenSea, right? I think since we started rolling out with OpenSea, we had seen, thousands, sometimes even a day of these kind of malicious links go down to zero. And so you can see that friction, even if imperfect, is substantial enough to move these attackers off platform. We see measurable amounts of money being protected, like vast amounts of money. That number that Taylor quoted, that could be a lot higher. We've done a lot this year, and we're going to continue to do a lot next year.
I mean, Taylor just made the point that wallets and dApps have really put themselves on the front lines of making it harder for these bad actors to be successful. Outside of that sphere, and maybe Nadav, you can talk about this. What about like NFTs for digital identity or protecting information? Like, what other solutions are you guys looking into?
Sorry, could you clarify the question?
Yeah, is OpenSea looking into using NFTs to mitigate risks associated with identity theft or data manipulation? Like, is that one thing that is at all being talked about?
So I mean, there's definitely a certain amount of people there's a subset of the NFT industry that is interested in a lot of this kind of like own your own data and like soul-bound NFTs being sort of like a proxy for either exposing that data or exposing some sort of element of that data that could thereafter be proven with like a zero knowledge proof or something like that. So I think it's something that there is like a niche in the community that's interested in it, and it might have some pretty cool implications for like traditional Web 2 kind of like data security. But it's not something that I would say like OpenSea, the company right now, is like very actively like working on in any capacity.
I mean, what about like, and I put this to any of you, like I just don't know how much it is a part of the conversation when you think about, forward-looking moves with security, but, privacy-preserving tech like ZK proofs, are they being leveraged to fortify Web3 against data breaches and privacy violations? Is that less a part of the conversation right now?
I think that, I think there's like a lot of like amazing teams out there who are doing the like upfront deep work on these things. I think that because like OpenSea and MetaMask, like we have so many users today, we don't get to play those fun long-term research games. And so like for us, what we do is like we watch these spaces and the things that are happening, the research that's being done. We watch it really, really closely, and like we support everyone who does that. But until it's like, can provide like real substantial value to our users, it's not something that we personally invest like a ton of time into. That said, like I'm personally really excited for some of the opportunities around like the zero knowledge stuff and identity, because if we can nail that, if we can get that right, it adds a whole nother layer to this ecosystem beyond just that financially motivated stuff. And I think that that's really interesting. I am also concerned, though, if we cannot protect users from getting their NFTs rugged, how can we protect them from getting their identity rugged, right? Like that's my biggest question, right? Is how that intersection, like how do we use the tools that we're building today, the experience that we are having today, to make sure that in the future, when there's a much more intangible sets of like value, like people's data, right? People's identity. How do we make sure that users actually stay in full control? Because again, if you just tie the user's data or identity to an NFT, like it might get stolen if we haven't completely solved that problem.
I feel like in the post-FTX era, you started to see a lot of people shift into self-custody for the first time. It is a very difficult thing to navigate, even for the best of us who have been in the space for a while. I don't know, like Taylor, with the work that you're doing, as people move away from centralized exchanges into self-custody wallets, how is MetaMask looking to help people through that? Even something like tackling seed phrase recovery.
Yeah, that's like where a lot of our effort is helping improve the, like a lot of people think of it as like the onboarding flow, and they often like think of that as like the first two steps in your application. Like, ooh, like let's get some fun illustrations in the onboarding flow. But the way that we think about it is like the holistic user's experience, that person's actual experience. From going someone that has no crypto, is like crypto curious, we call them, right? And they're like, what's that? What's that over there? What is their experience like from being that crypto curious person to learning about it, to deciding which exchange to use, which on-ramp to use, which wallet to use, what's the value propositions that are actually converting them? And then how do they actually go about, like, from point A to point C to point D, right? They have to get their fiat money on ramp, whether that's through a centralized exchange or like MetaMask, we have like on-ramps, partners where you can basically directly on-ramp from fiat directly into your MetaMask. And then what do people do from there, right? Like when a person installs MetaMask, does that mean that they actually have like any actual money in their MetaMask? Or are they just like installing it and looking at the box and being like, cool, like, what are people actually doing with this? And I think that we have a lot of room to improve here, especially with people, the flow. I think a lot of people are like seeing on social media, seeing number go up, yay, and it's very, very financial, and so they're sort of like sprinting in that way, right? Like, ooh, money, let's go. But I hope, I've been hoping for the last decade, that the applications, right, and the value props of these applications are going to like attract users, and the user is going to have a better onboard experience from those specific applications, right? So they want to achieve something, they want to do something, this application is going to solve their problem in some way, and then that flow, they like onboard via the application and come around to MetaMask that way, rather than like sprinting into MetaMask like running for money. And it's going to be, it's a journey. It's an endless journey. But I'm really excited to see where like this year and the next cycle in general. I'm really excited to see how we evolve in that time period.
I feel like there's also this like philosophical question of permissionlessness and privacy and how you enable users in these decentralized platforms to maintain that ethos. Like, what level of censorship ideologically is acceptable here? That was such like a wordy, cumbersome way of wording that, but I think you get where I'm going.
That's the line that we have to toe, right? Because I always say that if MetaMask really wants to ensure that no user loses money, the easiest, most foolproof way to do that is just never let any user send any transaction. You can put your money in and you cannot take it out. You will never get rugged. Like, we win, right? But that actually doesn't work at all, because then you've lost the whole value. The whole point of this industry, of what we're building, is enabling both end users, right, real people in the world, to do and interact with whatever they want in this space. And we also want to empower builders to build things that enable people to do whatever they want. And so how do you accomplish that, right? How do you actually build a product that empowers people to do whatever they want, build whatever they want, create new unthinkable things, while also preventing people from sending transactions that they don't want to send, right? Like, we're making an assumption on behalf of the user. And so we think a lot about consent. We think a lot about giving users information so they can make the right choice. We think less about like taking active steps to like censor the user. We don't want to do that. We want to make every single choice the user should be informed about the outcomes and what's going to happen with this. And then they won't send that. They don't want to send that transaction, and they know it.
I think, when we look at these things and decentralization and privacy and, ethoses of the blockchain that we all stand for, and we look at that on kind of the scale of onboarding and growth and bringing in more users, oftentimes these things are put on one end versus the other, right? They're kind of, they contradict each other in some way. I think, what we all understand is that like privacy, decentralization, these things aren't that important until they are, and then they're the only thing and then that's the only thing that matters. And so I think, OpenSea and MetaMask specifically, right? These people here up here with me are modest, right? But they have to toe that line for the whole industry, because they have it on their shoulders to onboard users, right? To actually bring people into the space, make them safe, make these products usable, but then also preserve these things that are so important to all of us here. And so, where oftentimes, we see user complain and some of these things, they're misguided in the sense that they don't understand the actual kind of responsibility that my peers up here have in needing to kind of maintain that balance.
So we're in our last 2 minutes here. I want to hear from each of you on this last point. We're going into a bull market. Nadav, you brought up the point that this is kind of like when you pressure test the system. And yes, we've seen measurable improvements during this bear market the last few years, but now we're going to see how that plays out when there's a lot more interest and a lot more money. Like Taylor, you talked about being up to 30 million users. What keeps you up at night? Like, what are you terrified of? But also, like, what proactive measures can either an end user or a platform take? Love to hear from you guys on any one of those points or all of them.
Use Blockade.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah, I think that if you're building in this space, I encourage you to be willing to build things that are not perfect. Do not let perfect be the enemy of good, okay? Iterate quickly, experiment, and take any measures you can that will have any impact on improving users' lives, protecting them, preventing loss. I think that last cycle, the biggest mistake that we made as a company was not acting fast enough and not being willing to experiment, because we didn't have confidence that the things that we were pushing into the product would have an impact. And I think that slowed us down in a lot of ways that ultimately were not helpful. Even if the solution is not perfect, even if there's ways that the bad actors can get around the solution, it's still necessary to implement those things, because adding that friction and adding that cost and protecting that segment of users is worth it every single time. So I really encourage you guys, especially as the market speeds up, take any and all actions, even if they're not perfect, please.
Nadav, final word.
I think the thing that keeps me up is the known unknowns. I think it's, if we are going into another bull market and we are about to grace the precipice of another order of magnitude of growth, I think it's more likely than not that there will be something new or some new meta or some new pattern that will completely kind of change the way that the sort of dynamic plays out this time around. And I think companies like OpenSea, I'm sure MetaMask would agree as well, is we've spent a lot of this bear market basically preparing for this eventuality. We've been, OpenSea used to be known as BrokenSea. It took us a long time to get good at scaling and get good at keeping the site up under more traffic. And so we'll see how we hold up over the coming months. But there's only so much you can prepare for, right? And so I think it'll be interesting to see what are we missing, right? What's the X factor that actually propels us to this next order of magnitude.
Thank you so much to my panelists and to the audience for joining us, and ETH Denver for putting on this session.
Thank you.
Over here, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, our other guy, well, yeah, I guess we do have somebody. I forgot to get his name. We had Britt and then Peter, and then there was someone else that walked up. Yeah, no, it's all good.
All right. All right, everyone. That was a great panel. Very, very interesting. I just want to highlight that this afternoon, Mackenzie is actually doing another talk with Hester Pierce, which will be super interesting on the main stage, 450. So make sure you're there for that, talking obviously about US landscape, what's coming up this year, and so on. Now we're going to hear from Pavel Silnikov. He's from CKVM, and he's the DevRel there, so he's going to give an update on what they're up to. So make sure you listen in, pay attention, and Pavel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Damn, I forgot to. I was listening to his.
Oh, you're all good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I think it's like 2 displays right here. I think it's on the left, so it should be. Yeah. Settings. Да, пожалуйста. Спасибо. All right. Okay, there we go. And then we do mirror. All right.
Let's try that. Okay, we got it. Cool.
All right. Is it also possible? Can I use a mic? Hi everyone. My name is Pavel. This is my presentation on watching me prove everything. What does this even mean? Okay, let's walk through just the entire steps of using ZK proofs to prove everything. I've been working in the Metis ecosystem for over 3 years. I do mostly governance now, but I did work as the integrations lead, so I know a lot about the ecosystem, the different projects, how everything can be built unified and together. I developed 3 articles related to different types of bridging techniques. So from NFT bridging to L2 bridging to, well, we're going to find out what the 3rd version of that is. I also built smart contract-based applications using my own essentially model of distributing rewards for influencers based on specific, let's say, requirements. So I know basically the practical, the theoretical, as well as the BD aspects. So what a way to unify the entire ecosystem using bridgeless bridging. So what we have here is a scenario. Alice wants to transfer 100 USDT to Bob from Ethereum to Avalanche. Alice wants her bridge to be trustless, extensible, and liquidity optimized. ZK proofs have been built for 2 main use cases, privacy and verifiable computation. We're using ZKM for verifiable computation, but it can be used potentially for privacy as well. right now in this example, we're focused on the verifiable computation. How a ZK rollup works. Step 1, take a batch of transactions. Step 2, generate a proof that you've executed this batch correctly. Step 3, you send the proof to the specific layer 1 for finalization. That's how you ensure the security of that the actual transactions happened. The first bridge I want to talk about, the ZK-based bridge that I want to talk about is ZK Bridge. It uses layer 0 for liquidity and message passing. Remember our 3 things that we want. We want trustless, we want extensible, and we want liquidity optimized. Well, if we take a look under the hood, layer 0 is not trustless. I have to trust them a lot. I have to trust them for different things. They have many different types of trust assumptions built into the protocol. So even if I use ZK proofs, I am essentially trusting that layer 0 provides me my assets that I've transferred. I have to trust them. The next one is ZK Link. We're using native liquidity for we're using native ZK proof verification, but there are liquidity assumptions. It's not liquidity optimized. What do I mean by liquidity optimized? It means that if I deposit my 100 USDT, I will get 100 USDT on the other chain guaranteed. So an implementation using ZK Link, ZK Jump, essentially says that a quote is made, and essentially whoever fulfills this quote would then have their assets bridged. If no one fulfills the quote, if I want to transfer $100 million and there's no one to offer me that counterparty to transfer that $100 million, I can't transfer it. There's no agreement. So how can we make this better? How can we use the liquidity of one chain and use it in a completely different chain, in a completely different ecosystem, unrelated to each other? Well, we need a network of usable, pooled resources and a trustless, extensible system that combines them all together. We have the entangled rollup infrastructure. Now, it's a bit hard to see, and it's a bit complex. But I have an implementation utilizing this initial entangled rollup structure and essentially through a universal layer 2. You can read about how this all works. By the way, we have a white paper out. But I want to explain it in simple, understandable terms. But it's using this version of infrastructure, let's say, to do it. So the entangled rollup can actually implement and adopt other L2s, optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, and hybrid rollups as well. Now, hybrid rollups is the combination between optimistic and ZK. But essentially, I can adopt any other layer 2 that's already implemented. Arbitrum, Optimism, Metis. We have different types of layer 2s that already exist in the ecosystem, and they can all be included within this type of structure. So what am I proposing? What is this bridgeless bridging? Well, it's combining native verification with shared liquidity. Essentially, any deposit that would go into a layer 2 would increase the liquidity for the entire ecosystem that adopts this universal L2 structure. So for example, 100 USDT deposited on the Ethereum L2, and 100 USDT deposited on the Avalanche L2 would have an increase of 200 total USDT, total amount of usable liquidity that I can then transfer from any other layer 2 connected within this network. Here is how it works. I have a layer 1, I deposit 100 USDT. I then have my Ethereum universally integrated L2. Again, this could be Optimism, Arbitrum, Metis, any of these L2s. I would then have the assets minted to my address. I would burn that exact amount of USDT. I would then to a public burn address, and potentially can be private, and I'll go into that a little bit more. But we burn it to a publicly known burn address. We then generate a proof based on that burn. We're not generating it off of the L2 data, we're generating it off of the L1 data. This ensures that this transaction is secured by native L1. Secured and finalized. So that means that nobody can say that they burnt something, but in fact not have burnt it. So this liquidity, this 100 USDT, is provably removed from the ecosystem. But now I can burn it. I can generate a proof of that burn. And I have a receipt that basically says that I can redeem this 100 USDT on any other connected universal L2. Yeah. So this means I can take this and I can send it to the Avalanche L2. And it's using the native mint function on that L2. So what this means is that I am getting, I am burning native liquidity on the L2 on Ethereum, and I'm minting a corresponding amount of native liquidity on this other L2. This L2 is built on top of Avalanche. In this case, Avalanche would resolve this transaction and finalize it on its own L1. I do not require an external consensus mechanism. I do not require external validators to verify that this in fact occurred. I am using ZK proofs as the means of communication in order to facilitate this transfer. What does this mean overall? And what do I mean by watch me prove everything? Within ZKM's ZKVM, we are able to prove general computation that occurs. What does this mean? Well, I can run VMs inside of my VM, inside of the ZKM's VM. I can prove that some level of computation has occurred on each and every single L1, even if they are incompatible with one another. As long as they have some type of way to have a smart contract function or some type of way to allow me to verify a proof on their chain, I can integrate. So this means that I can verify Ethereum transactions, EVM transactions, MVM, MoveVM transactions, Solana VM transactions, Near VM, as well as Algorand VM. Like, I can introduce this to any other incompatible L1 and still have the same trust assumptions of each and every single L1. Each L1 secures its corresponding L2, which is then using proofs to pass messages across all of these layer 2s. This also allows me to mint any amount of liquidity, native liquidity, on each and every single one of these L2s. What this means is that if I burn $100 million on the universal L2 on Ethereum, I can bridge this to any other universal L2 connected within this ecosystem using the native mint function on these corresponding L2s. This means that I'm using native liquidity within these entire ecosystems. I do not need to go and pitch to VCs and say, hey, store your $100 million on this chain here, and I'll promise I'll facilitate some transfers. No, I am essentially utilizing the liquidity that's provably burned, and I can mint it across entirely different, incompatible ecosystems, essentially being able to prove anything. So what's the pros of this type of model? One, it does not depend on any external third-party validators to facilitate this. I am relying on the proof generation system, the proofs that are generated for enacting the mint. So the finality of this type of interaction, I essentially utilize the native L1 consensus mechanic for all of these individual L1s. I'm not using an external consensus mechanic. I'm not using an external set of validators, like potentially Cosmos or Polkadot. The other big part is that it can work between other incompatible ecosystems. It doesn't just work with EVM. It doesn't just work with Tendermint. It doesn't just work with this one thing. It can work with all
EVM and non-EVM chains, essentially securing it through these verified ZK proofs. The next point, and the most important point, I think, is that it's liquidity optimized. The one thing that I have to convince people is, well, to convince anyone to adopt a solution is there enough liquidity? Do I have enough liquidity to facilitate this? Do I have enough demand? Do I have enough people? And in DeFi, liquidity is the most important thing that's talked about across everywhere. How can I get enough people to use this product? That's why a lot of things are being built on Ethereum, because there's a lot of liquidity there. There's now migrations to other layer 2 ecosystems. But again, liquidity, liquidity, liquidity. This uses the native L2 mint function. This gives me native, or in this case, proxied USDT, but it's used as the official USDT of the network. So this means that this USDT, I don't have to swap it for another USDT. I don't have to, transact or maneuver it. I essentially use this as native assets on the L2. This also, we see a lot of funds locked in L2s currently. There's $12 billion locked in Arbitrum. There's a few multi-billion dollars locked in other L2s as well, like Metis and Optimism. So we have billions of dollars of locked liquidity in these ecosystems, essentially just stuck on one ecosystem. We can have let's say the liquidity locked on one ecosystem, it's still locked on Ethereum, it can be used anywhere across any blockchain ecosystem, again, utilizing the native mint function. There are two major cons to this type of model. The biggest one is that access to the native mint function. In order to have this solution be adopted, we have to get everything, in order for the native mint function to be used, essentially the chain has to give the privileges of that to this proof system, to this proof generation system. What this means is that we're using the ZK proofs as a means to mint it. The only way to traditionally mint the assets is by a deposit to L1. The other way in this model is to mint it using a verified proof that you've burned the asset on some other chain. As a result of this, in order to convince any other chain to adopt this, we need the mint function of that chain. But every single time any chain adopts this, it increases the entire liquidity of the entire network. So we're seeing a lot of L2s pop up, a lot of implementations pop up, some privacy-focused L2s, some compatibility-based L2s. What we can see is that they all have that same problem. They need liquidity. They need to be onboarded. And how else are you going to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars from one to the other? So it's beneficial for the user standpoint. It's beneficial for new starters to come in to use the already existing liquidity in the entire ecosystem. The other downside is that there might be dry spots. Remember that scenario where I deposit USDT on ETH. If I want to withdraw this on Avalanche, I must have a corresponding amount of USDT on Avalanche. If I don't, let's say I bridge that 100 million to Avalanche, but Avalanche only has 1 million. Well, I can't utilize the entire, let's say all of my assets on that L2 to L1. I would have to then bridge to another ecosystem that contains that liquidity. But in this case, that is a very minimal issue, since you will always be guaranteed to have liquidity somewhere. It might not be on the native chain that you use to deposit. Instead, it might be on another L1, which then you'd have to bridge to, but then at that point, it's still the equivalent, let's say, value. That USDT on Avalanche is equivalent to the USDT on Ethereum. We also have a potential extension to this, and this is actually the EIP that inspired this entire aspect of essentially using proofs to verify that you've taken the asset out of circulation. This EIP essentially says that we can burn ETH on Ethereum and then privately mint it to another address. In this case, we're using this similar model to do it across different L2 ecosystems. Instead of burning directly on ETH or privately burning on ETH, we are now burning on the L2, which then resolves to the L1. We can also extend this, and as I said, to the privacy aspects. So we could technically implement this potential EIP as well for this cross-chain native bridgeless bridging mechanic. So this is what we're doing here at ZKM, is creating the proof system for the interoperability of incompatible blockchain ecosystems. Since we are a general purpose ZK VM, we are able to prove computations across different types of other VMs. And as a result, the bridgeless bridging, the universal L2 model, can be adopted within this system using this type of ZK proofs, generalizable and efficient. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Pavel. That was great. I can take that from you. That's all right. Thank you. So we're actually going to have a 20-minute break now. And so we'll be coming back at 1:45 with some interesting talks. So maybe don't go anywhere, but if you do need to go to the toilet or grab a drink, grab something to eat, now is a great time to do it. But yeah, in 20 minutes, we'll be starting again.
swap it over for you whenever.
Yeah, let me make a few changes.
Sweet.
Right. Great. Yeah, great. So do you have? Okay. Just press this one for next.
Yeah.
So
Is that all right?
yeah, and then this mic is here.
Yeah,
Do you
mic.
have a remote one, or I just do here? Hello, hello.
So I would say CEO and founder of Eat Storage, and you're building a modular storage layer for Ethereum using ERP 4844.
Yeah.
And you're going to be addressing some of the challenges around the upcoming Cancun upgrade. Or I
Yeah.
can just skip some.
Some data expiration of
Yeah.
the long upgrade. Yeah, that's the.
But yeah, I won't go into detail because I'm not.
Sure, I definitely.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. We're about to start again with a great talk. But just before that, I know it's the first day and we're all really excited, right? I mean, you look it. You might not sound like it, but you look very excited. But if you get a little bit tired, I just want to remind you that we have the Zen zone where you can chill out. There's bean bags, there's chill music and so on. So if you do start to feel tired towards the end of the day, make sure you go there or tomorrow. But right now, I'm very happy to introduce Chi Sao, who will be giving a talk on what they're building at Eat Storage, where he's the CEO and founder. And basically, she's going to talk about building a modular storage layer on Ethereum using EIP 4844. So Chi, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's my great pleasure here to present our work on building a modular storage layer, especially solve some particular issues on top of Ethereum, the latest update that is EIP 4844. So first of all, a quick introduction of myself. I have been working in this space since 2018. I was a software engineer at Facebook, Google, working on distributed file systems and high-performance systems. Very active in Ethereum ecosystem, so I have published tons of articles, ideas in terms of in the Ethereum research and magician, and also author a couple of EIPs. And so my primary interest is in Ethereum data availability technologies and layer 2. And so I also received multiple supports from Ethereum Foundation, including the Vitalis personal grant on cross-layer 2 bridge, and data availability sampling research, and lastly, is a storage itself. So first of all, why we need Ethereum storage solutions, as we already have a couple of like Filecoin, RV, that are running pretty well these days. And one thing is motivated by the future Ethereum upgrade, where the data availability technology will bring a large amount of data on chain. So one key upgrade is EIP 4844 that is part of the Cancun, which is the first upgrade to support data availability. And so what is data availability? Is a way we are able to scale the Ethereum data publication in using a lot of advanced cryptographic primitives. So here is the roadmap that I captured from Vitalik's tree at the end of last year, where there's a plan for the surge, which is going to support 100,000 transactions per second on top of Ethereum, and where the core technology here is data availability, including EIP 4844, and full DA that is planned in the next couple of years. So what is EIP 4844? It is introduced a new type of transaction of Ethereum, which the transaction can include new object called binary large objects, which has 128 kilobyte size, and it is not be able to access by the EVM itself, but its hash, the commitment, is available on chain. So that with some advanced cryptography, for example, data availability sampling, the consensus can prove that the data corresponding to this commitment is available on chain in their data availability network, rather than access each byte of the data that is available in core data. So in this way, Ethereum is able to scale dramatically in the future through DA, which can create about 50 terabytes of data per year on top of Ethereum network. That is more than 10 times more data that can be generated by current Ethereum network. But the one feature that we found in the EIP 4844 spec that was drafted about 2 years ago is that because there's a large amount of data that now can be published on chain, so where is to store this data, especially in the blockchain from our, for example, Bitcoin, Ethereum is expected to store all the data from Genesis. But this creates significant storage burden for all the validators. Imagine 50 terabytes per year for each validator, which means that we have to run a validator with maybe tens or hundreds of terabytes, which is definitely exceeding a lot of capacity of those validator nodes. In order to solve this problem, the Ethereum's solution in the protocol is we're going to discard or prune those data once it's published on chain after 18 days. And this is the first time the Ethereum protocol to voluntarily discard those data once it has been published in a couple of days. So this is the specification that is merged in the Ethereum specification repo. And actually this data expiration issue applies to all the data availability networks, including Celestia, which maintains data for a couple months, and also EigenDA, which they would like to prune the data after 14 days. And so this pruning actually create a new issue or a new fundamental issue on future blockchain, especially for layer 2s, is that if they would like to derive the latest states of security from Ethereum, only of Ethereum, then it has to rely some additional assumption or additional trust, because unlike current these days, those data will be discarded in 18 days. And such plan is already scheduled in next month on March 13. So when we observed such problem about 2 years ago, one idea come up with my mind is that it's possible to extend those data availability so that we are able to incentivize a large amount of storage node that natively running on top of Ethereum network as a superset and store those data with much, much longer time, potentially forever. With this feature, we are able to offer a lot of unique things to Ethereum. First, it can offer much better layer 2 security for all those ZK rollups, including OpenStack, Polygon, and others. So we have already integrated our system into OpenStack. And second is that with much longer storage solutions, we are able to offer much, much cheaper storage solutions with large amount of on-chain data, including NFT images autonomous worlds, and AI model itself. With these technologies, we are able to upload the AI model, which can be a couple gigabytes, and verify its result with the promotes as input until the corresponding output is correct, and which enable a lot of applications that was not possible before. So that's the basic motivation of its storage is a modular long-term data availability layer building on top of Ethereum current called short-term data availability layer, which is built on top of EIP 4044, etc. And first of all, we are a modular ones, so that it can be easily plugging into the current Ethereum virtual machine and the networks, so that we do not require any protocol upgrade except the DA itself. And second, with some enhancement of the token metrics, we are able to achieve a very high and permanent availability of those data that was originally published on top of Ethereum and discarded in 18 days. And lastly, we are able to scale the capacity or storage capacity of Ethereum from a few terabytes now can easily reach to petabytes of data, which means that we are able to upload a large amount of data that was not possible before. How we are able to achieve those features? There are two major innovations that we invented during the development of its storage. The first thing is to build an on-chain streaming storage fee distribution. Why? Because there's a huge misalignment of the storage incentivized system on existing Ethereum network. All the storage fee, for example, for the asset store, all those store fee is distributed to the proposer in one time. While all other nodes, validators through nodes, there's no any incentive or penalty to store the data. So there's a huge storage misalignment between the cost and the incentive. We are the first one fix the problem on top of Ethereum by receive upfront storage payment from the user and then distribute those fees to those storage providers over time as long as they can prove that they really store this data over the time using our snark-based storage proof algorithms. And these algorithms actually is our next innovations, which is to be able to verify those we call data availability sampling over time with a very, very efficient verifier. And for this research is exactly the one that received the support from Ethereum Foundation. So here is an overview of its storage network. It has two major components. One is a storage contract, which allows any applications to call a put method and say, hey, I want to store this data and this blob in their layer 2 network. And also, it will pay a very small amount of storage fee in terms of Ether so that it will be distributed to the storage providers over time. The second thing is a storage layer 2 network, which is a permissionless network with a bunch of nodes that store the corresponding blob data. Once it receives the data and uploads and download the data from the Ethereum layer 1, it will perform the data availability sampling over time so that they're able to prove the local storage that they store over time, even though the data will be pruned after 18 days. When there's a proof that is successfully created, a storage provider will submit corresponding proof to the on-chain Ethereum smart contract that is deployed by us. And once such verification is successful, then the corresponding storage fee will be distributed to the corresponding storage provider to reward the time and number of the data that is stored by this node. Here is the roadmap of its storage. So in the last year, we have a lot of major achievement. One is that we are the first place at the Ethereum AdCon Super Demo, and we raised 7 million at 100 mil. And for this year, we have a lot of planned launched. The first one is we have fully integrated with EIP 4844, and we are going to launch our public testnet shortly. So we have an application of our public testnet at our booth. So feel free to come and fill in your information, and we will invite you guys to participate in our testnet and experiment all these innovations. And so this is the integration part with EIP 4844. We have worked closely with Ethereum Foundation core developers and potentially crash one or two their internal DevNet during the stress test phase. And we have been able to run the full network when the Ethereum launch is internal DevNet, that is 12. Right now it's public testnet, that is Sepolia and Holosky. And also we have some third-party community members that are able to come up with a node and prove their local storage by themselves. And ASIC storage can be more than a long-term data availability layer of Ethereum. Thanks to smart contract and programmability, ASIC storage can do more than just a static file storage system. It's essentially a database with key value interfaces. This enables a lot of dynamic website applications rather than static ones that we can find these days, like Filecoin and Arri. Another interesting differences of ASIC storage is that it's fully integrated with Ethereum development stack. As a developer, I only need to have Ether, know how to use Ether wallet and smart contract. And then I can easily store all the data I would like to store and organize by smart contract on Ethereum. So this will be significantly reduce the learning curve of all the developers and users to use Ether storage. We also propose a Web3 access protocol, which is a decentralized HTTP protocol to access those data that is on-chain and be hosted by the smart contract. So the smart contract can define the corresponding logic to display those dynamic data that is uploaded by the users rather than a static ones. And with this, we are able to, especially together with Ethereum scalability roadmap on computation that's currently layer 2s, we are able to deploy a lot of applications. For example, decentralized social network, even YouTube, or decentralized gaming. Everything now is able to on-chain, including the front end. So there are a couple of interesting applications that can be enabled by Ether storage and the new access protocol. Here I just give a highlight of fully on-chain AI. So with Ether storage, now we are able to upload a large amount of AI model, for example, potentially 3 or 4 gigabytes of data that is on-chain. We can further be able to verify the inference on-chain given the AI model that we have published in the Ether storage, and so that we can tell, given a promote and the corresponding outputs, we can tell that this is the correct answer by the AI model, which is impossible before. And also this is powered by OPML, Optimistic Machine Learning, developed by Aura. And this is have some new applications with AI, and this is two of some I'm pretty glad to play with them. One is using large language model as the game engine, so that now we are able to use large language model and compose all those elements so that you can come up with more complicated things. And all this composition, the sequence of composition, are available and verified by chain. There are some more advanced things. Now we are able to deploy a text-based DND on chain so that we are able to build a fully on-chain autonomous world on top of Ethereum network. So this is pretty much all I have. So many thanks for attending my today's talk. So if you have any interest both in running a node of the network or would like to deploy an application on top of Ether storage or Web3 access protocol, feel free to reach me at QC_QIZHOU. I'm looking forward to see the new Web3 world there. Thank you very much. And yeah, I can also answer a couple questions. Any questions?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Can you talk a little bit more about the pricing, like the cost of running like a YouTube video or a streaming using the service?
That's a great question. So the question is about the price to, for example, store a video or some like large amount of data, right? So the price actually is not limited by Ether storage itself. It's most limited by Ethereum gas, because the transaction itself need to carry the base gas price, base gas that is 21,000, and a couple of gas to call the contract to basically index the data that I would like to store on chain. So for that part, I think in general, you can imagine we just take two as a store to store all this data that is on chain, which takes about $1, $2 according to current gas price. And there's a further improvement of this storage price is to be able to deploy Ether storage on layer 2. So that Ether storage is layer 3 as a storage layer. And in that cases, because the gas price is significantly reduced, the price of storage will be reduced to 1 to about 100. That's our current estimation, especially according to the, for example, OpenStack or Arbitron's gas price metering. And so this is something that now we can achieve. And so compared to layer 1 gas prices, the deploying on layer 1 that will about 1 to the 1,000, and deploy on layer 2 that will 1 to the 100,000 versus Ethereum storage, native storage. So that is the maybe single sentence description of the price. Any other questions? One more question.
Hi. So for people who want to retrieve the data, do they have to pay the gas fee for that as well?
So how do you retrieve data?
For retrieving the data, do they have to pay the gas fee?
Do they need to pay the gas fee to retrieve the data? Okay, that's another great question. So you can imagine Ether storage is a superset of Ethereum, which means that all the retrieval market of Ether storage can derive existing retrieval market of Ethereum. In general, Ethereum, there are a couple of retrieval markets. One way is that I run a node by myself so that I can retrieve everything I need. Or I can use Ethereum Alchemy, which will provide some tiers of the retrieval ability in terms of how many requests I would like to make, all these things. Similar things can be applied to Ether storage, even though it's a bit centralized way. There's another interesting thing that we are working is to enable fully decentralized access protocol that work together with Ethereum Portal Network protocol. So Ethereum Portal Network is Ethereum subproject by the Ethereum Foundation subprojects that is able to enable decentralized JSON RPC by building a DHT network similar to IPFS, but only the data that is verified on chain. So not any garbage data on IPFS. It has to be verified on chain. So with that, we are able to also offer this kind of a decentralized access network together with the blobs that is introduced by EIP 4844 and accessed by the application. So there are a couple of ways, but thanks to Ethereum itself, the network itself, we can just borrow the best practice to offer all these retrieval markets instead of inventing something new and need to be that better tested over time.
All right. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Chi. That was a great talk. Can we give it up for Chi from Eat Storage? Thank you very much. We have another exciting talk coming up in just a couple of minutes. Sid Gandhi from Polybase will be coming and talking about how cash still is king and what we lost on the way to crypto, outlining perhaps some of the challenges of using crypto as a means of payment. But just before we get into that, I want to highlight again that we have a fireside chat with Hester Pierce at 4:50 this afternoon at the main stage, which should be very, very interesting, given where we are in the regulatory environment in the US. And there's a lot of fun stuff happening around ETH Denver. I hope you know that there is the arcade where you can go and chill out and play some games, relax. And of course, there's also the area with the tabletop games, which you can borrow. There's apparently hundreds of games there. But yeah, let's get ready to welcome Sid onto the stage, just as he sets up.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Great introduction.
Thank you.
I'm going to get set up here really quick. How's everyone doing? What's Bitcoin at right now? All right, let's see if we can make it go up during my talk. I think this should be fine. And then I have my clicker, which is actually my mouse.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, and then you got the slime. I'll let you just fuck that up. And if you want to go into your display settings and just is this yours? Yeah. Okay, cool. Just making sure. If you want to go into your display settings and then just make sure that it just says decimator is what it is to select from your display.
Decimator.
Yeah, just go into the display settings. You should be able to just search it in Spotlight. Yep, and then mirror displays, LCD. Noah! Oh.
Check, check. Awesome. Good to see everyone there. Good to see some familiar faces. My name is Sid Gandhi. I am the co-founder and CEO of Polybase Labs. Today we're going to talk about cash. I know it's a little bit weird since we're at a crypto conference, but we're going to work our way up to that. I'm going to talk about a little bit about the history and what we might have lost on the way to crypto as we kept improving technology, and potentially how we can get that back. My journey in crypto starts in 2012. I bought Bitcoin when it was $8. I had to send money over like MoneyGram or something like that to someone in Eastern Europe and just hope that they sent money to my Bitcoin. Some of the OGs here know that that's how we bought Bitcoin back in the day. I have since lost that wallet and a few more, so no, I did not make any gains on that. I found Ethereum in 2014. I found kind of all the ICOs after that, and of course NFTs and all that. After that, I started Polybase Labs with my co-founder Callum. He's sitting right there. He's a beast. We wanted to solve scalability, cost, and privacy challenges in crypto and in blockchain, so we started that in 2022. I won't go through our history there, but I'll jump straight into what I think is going to be a really fun topic, which is money. Here's a fact: money coordinates people, and I think we hear a lot about money is the root of all evil, and I think we're past that now. I think we know that money has been a system that has coordinated humans since the beginning of time. And it's interesting because money means nothing if you're sitting on a deserted island by yourself, right? And so here's a thought experiment. What if there's two people on the island? Does money mean something then? Not really. What about 3? What about 4, 10, 15, 20? When does money become something that's useful? It's actually kind of a trick question because it's not that money is useful or not useful, it's the monetary system or a system of value exchange. And so let's go through a little bit of history. We had early humans, of course. They used a barter system that allowed us to scale to about 10 people, or tens of people in early tribes. We have Native Americans with trust-based giving, scaling to a little bit more. We had the Greeks using gold and silver coins as a store of value. We had Kublai Khan using paper money in his empire because people were getting robbed while they were traveling for commerce. Paper's obviously easier to carry. This one's interesting because he basically said, if you don't use paper money in my empire, you will be killed. It was extremely effective, and that allowed him to scale his empire to tens of millions of people. And of course, we have fractional reserve that kind of started in England in the 1600s, where the goldsmiths literally ran out of gold to back the amount of value that was being created in England at the time. And so they started giving out notes without taking gold receipts. That might seem like kind of a scam. Honestly, it sounds like a rug pull to me. But we give it a really fancy name. We call it fractional reserve banking, and that's how we coordinate billions of people today. It's quite amazing, and it works. But it has problems, and so Satoshi and friends and all of us in the last many years have been working on improving that system through blockchain technology, decentralized ledgers, proof of work consensus. But we still have a couple problems. We probably know this list of problem statements. A lot of you might be working on these already. Today, I can't really have my grandma use crypto. It's still too hard. Privacy is a problem. All of our transactions are public forever. Maybe there's some cool things that are happening that are changing that, but it's still so early that it's still a big problem. Scalability, maybe we've solved parts of it. Cost, we've solved some of that as well. Stability, maybe stablecoins have solved a little bit, but we still have a long way to go there. But the real question is, remember cash? Cash was actually pretty freaking great. It was instant settlement. Try having that on a blockchain. You can't. You have some latency. It was free to transact. It was fully private. It was peer-to-peer. It was decentralized, practically. Of course, there's a central bank, but practically it's decentralized. One of the simple pleasures that I still indulge in today, I live in New York. There's these dollar slice pizzas. I don't know if anyone here from New York that knows dollar slice. There we go. You can take a dollar bill. You can walk up to a store and you can buy a slice of pizza, and it's amazing. It's instantaneous. There's nothing between me and my pizza. No middleman, no beeps, no taps, no clicks. And it's instant, and it costs me nothing except for that dollar. And so that kind of pleasure, that instant pleasure of paying with cash is something that I've been looking for personally. But obviously we have challenges there. You have to carry cash around, and you have change, and you can get robbed. So the question is, can we have cash with all those amazing attributes, but make it something that's easy and usable today? And I'm really, really excited, because that's what I'm here to present. We are today launching Pay. We are launching a way to do exactly that. Pay is a way to pay that is the easiest and most seamless experience that you've ever seen in a payments app. You want to see it? I have some screenshots. All right. So this is what Pay looks like. It's dead simple. Literally anyone can use it. You can go from downloading the app to that screen with a zero balance in less than 1 second. There's no login. There's no registration. There's no phone number. There's no KYC. There's no selfie. You get straight to the balance. It's a self-custodial wallet running on the Polybase Layer 2 ZK rollup. When you make a payment, you generate a proof locally on the device. It happens in under 1 second. Find me one other ZK proof mechanism that generates a UTXO proof in under 1 second on your device, and I'll give you a bunch of money. I don't know how much. You can ask for whatever you want, because there is none. This is an industry first. It is the fastest ZK UTXO proof that you can have, and that's what makes Pay possible. And the cool thing I mentioned, there's no username, login, or registration. And so when you don't have that, the way you actually send money is through a link. You can see that here. It just uses the OS level share sheet on iOS. And you can send that payment link via any existing channel. So if you're texting someone, you can send it on iMessage. You can send it on Signal. You can send it on email or WhatsApp. You can even save it to your Dropbox and just store it there. And the cool thing is the link actually contains a wallet with the amount in it and a private key. And when you receive that link, you actually redeem from the ephemeral wallet back into your balance. And so that's what this looks like. This is when you click on the link. If you don't have the app, it'll prompt you to download the app. Super easy. You can swipe up to redeem. We have a rewards program. I'll talk more about that at the booth when you find me later. I'm not going to go into that, but it's really cool. The one thing you should know about that, though, is when you refer someone to pay, you have to pay them to refer them. And when you refer someone, that person, whatever fees they ever generate on the protocol in the future, 1% of that will go to you forever. And it's retroactive. On and off ramps, this one's important. A lot of payment apps that I've seen do a lot of cool stuff, but the on and off ramps are really challenging. We've partnered with Robinhood Crypto. You can click that button. If you have Robinhood, in basically like 5 seconds, you can go from tapping that button to money being transferred into your Pay wallet. It does the whole transaction from your bank account in Robinhood to USDC and to Polybase USDC in one transaction. It's pretty amazing. Shout out to Robinhood for that. Great team at Connect. You can also use Coinbase, Binance, and other crypto exchanges, and also your wallets. We give you a deposit address to deposit into. In a few months, we'll be launching local payment method on and off ramps. So that's about 70 countries around the world. You'll be able to go from local payment methods like ACH, SEPA. In India, you have UPI. In Brazil, you have Pix, and dozens of others around the world where those payments are fast and free to on-ramp into Polybase, into USDC. And I think the really fun thing today is that I believe so much, and the team believes so much, that this is truly the most amazing payments experience that you've ever had. We want you to try it. And so you can download the app from this link here. And throughout this weekend, we're going to be doing drops. We're going to be dropping 100K throughout the whole weekend for you to try it. And so all you have to do is come to our booth when you get a notification. You have to turn on notifications in the app. Once you do that, we'll send notifications out. It'll be a couple times every day. So if you don't get the first one, don't worry. There'll be more opportunities. And you'll get to try out the app yourself. And you might download and you might see that the only way to get off the wait list is to get paid. So if your friends are downloading it, if someone else outside East Denver has it, they're not going to be able to get access until you pay them. And guess what? That's going to be a referral. So every payment they ever make in the future that we charge transaction fees on, we're going to enable those in the future, you're going to get 1% of those fees. That is the end of my talk. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Team has been working really, really hard on this. I'm really excited to show it off. And I hope you download it, use it, and give us your feedback. Thank you. Questions? Wait, that's what I wanted to see. Questions? Okay, I did a good job. No questions on the ZK proofs? Magic? Tyler, I know you have questions. Yeah. Yeah, so the question was, is it 0 transaction fees? That is correct. There are no gas fees and no transaction fees today. In the future, we're thinking about different ways to enable transaction fees. We commit to having them at 1% or below, but we might do them just for international transfers because we have to do foreign exchange and all that kind of stuff. But that's a great question. Thank you. Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, we're back. We're back with another talk. So my name is Otto Jacobson, and I'm from Yap Global. We're a PR and marketing firm working only in Web3 and crypto. But I'm very happy to introduce Carton. Carton is a co-founder of Aura. He's going to be talking about why AI isn't evil and how smart contract can prove it. So let's give a warm round of applause for Carton as he comes on stage. All right.
AI, 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 AI. Yeah, I'm not a bot. I'm Carton from Aura, okay? Let me check the slide. Is it working?
If you want to go ahead and full screen your
Okay,
presentation.
okay, yeah.
That should be good.
Great. So, how's your guys today? Do you guys enjoy the ETH Denver 2024? And I see a lot of AI project and AI times crypto narrative is going on. And today I'm going to tell everyone that you don't need to worry about the Skynet because AI is not evil, and we can use smart contract to prove it. So, although it's like we have some good AI and some bad AI, how we define the bad AI first? When I go on, I want to talk about that because like the bad AI is the AI that we cannot know what's going on inside the black box. It's not transparent. Nobody knows what's going on in the inference. Nobody knows what data they use for the training. Is it ethical or not? So that's why like closed source AI is really easy to be the bad boy AI, right? And how we resolve this problem? We open source the AI model, then we'll be able to know what is going on inside the AI model, what data you use to train the AI model, what the logic of the inference when the AI model is executing the inference. And most importantly, we can use blockchain to control what kind of, we will know what kind of inference is going on inside the AI model. But open source AI model is not enough. Because like yesterday, if you guys open the website of the Hugging Face, which is supposed to be the biggest open source AI platform on the earth, and it is down, 4503 error code, and nobody can access even their own AI model. You cannot even open the website. So just by open sourcing the AI model is far from enough for us to have like a good AI future. So because like Hugging Face is hosting on the centralized service provider, it will be the choke point for the AI decentralization. So sometimes we just cannot use it because the server is down. So we don't want that to happen again. So imagine if you are driving a AI-driven, like auto-driving car, and all of a sudden the AI is offline. Then what's going on? Like your car will crash, right? So you don't want that to happen. You want the AI services can provide the inference result 24/7 stably. So by enabling the AI model inference on blockchain, the most important part is like you need to make the AI model verifiable. Because like blockchain itself is like a machine of a network of consensus, put down the stamp of approval of certain computation itself. So it's really hard for us to essentially let every node, there's like tons of Ethereum node, you cannot let every of them to run the AI inference inside the node. So what we need to do is like, need to dedicate the job to the AI inference operator and verify the result on blockchain. So the verifiability is the most important feature when we put the AI model into the blockchain. So when we have the AI model that's verifiable, then we can guarantee the inference happen inside a decentralized environment so that we can have a stable 24/7 AI services for us. Even like some centralized server is down. So no need to worry about the service is not on when the AI inference is on blockchain. The second most important component will be like the tokenization of the AI model. You will want to incentivize the community to improve the open source AI model. Because think about this, today, if you're a builder of an AI company, then you have no way to profit the AI, monetize the AI model. Besides, close source your AI model, nobody can access the model. You just provide a subscription API, and people got to pay for it every month, and nobody know how this AI functions besides yourself, right? So we will want that open. And then, but once you open that, people can just copy and download the model and run it by themselves. They no longer need to pay for the contributor who made the AI model, right? So that's important. For blockchain industry, our job is like the renaissance of the open source software movement. Then we can begin to think about like why we cannot just like make the AI model itself become a token. Then everybody can have the token, and once they own the token, they own the model. And once they own the model, they will try to improve the model. They will have the motivation and incentive to make the model better. That's like we want a community-driven AI model. And verifiability is the spectrum. In rollout world, we have OP, optimistic interactive fraud-proof mechanism to protect the transaction is correct. And we have ZK rollup that use the cryptography to ensure the transaction is executing correctly. And in AI inference on blockchain, we can have these two mechanisms again. And what's even more amazing is that we can not just have either ZK or OP, we can have them both on the AI inference. So ZKML, how many of the audience know about ZKML? Raise your hand if you do. Yeah, it's like quite a good amount. People know what ZKML. And ZKML essentially is used like the cryptography to ensure the execution of the AI inference is correctly. But the problem for that is a huge overhead. Normally it's like 1,000, even 10,000 as the cost to do a ZKML, make it verifiable on blockchain. So that's why we proposed OPML a year ago, that we use the interactive fraud proof to make the Merkle tree, make the inference trace become a Merkle tree, do a binary search, do the interaction game, use game theory and tokenomics to ensure the correctness of the AI inference on blockchain. And it's really high performance, and it's affordable, decentralized, and have many benefits. But there's some problem there, is that because it's OP mechanism, so you have to provide the prompt and the model to everyone. So but for some important transaction, if using DeFi, you use the AI model to execute the DeFi transaction for you. You don't want anyone to front run your transaction. So the privacy of the input layer is really critical. So hence we have the OPI, optimistic privacy preserve AI on blockchain. We just announced the paper, released the paper 2 days ago, and essentially we use the ZK to preserve the privacy for the input layer, and the rest executed by OP, so that the whole efficiency of the system is drastically improved. So since we have like OPI, this end game and the best practice of on-chain AI, so that we can have like the provable inference result in smart contract on Ethereum. And so the workflow we provide for the developer right now is extremely simple. We have the on-chain AI Oracle. Any smart contract can just send a request with like what transaction, what model you want to use, what the prompt is, and send the transaction into the OAO smart contract. Then you will be able to have the result as the callback, and it will return to the smart contract. And how OAO function is that they will delegate the machine learning inference into all the nodes. It's permissionless. Everybody can execute the node. And use the OP mechanism to ensure the inference result is correct. And so with the on-chain AI Oracle and OPML, we have like at least 1,000x cheaper than ZKML when you execute on-chain AI inference. And this work is like a phenomenal. We'll be able to build any AI-powered D app today. Imagine that you have like a compound that has the AI to managing what asset they can be used on the compound, what asset you can categorize as a stablecoin on MakerDAO, and even like some on-chain gaming is like going to change the whole gaming industry. So you'll be able to have like a on-chain Pokemon that have a personality that have been proven on the blockchain is immutable, most importantly, and you can trade this Pokemon on blockchain to another player. And having a good AI model is really important. And we need to, because we have at least like 10,000 AI model in the world right now, obviously we cannot like have all these AI models supporting on blockchain in OAO, in on-chain AI Oracle. So we will need a selection mechanism to nominate the best AI model we need on blockchain. So news research have proven it's really correct to use the token to do the selection for the model. In the subnet 6 of Big Tensor, we are able to have like purely the community driven. We have the open source language model that is really close to the performance of ChatGPT 4, which OpenAI have spent multi-million dollars to train and build. And with crypto, we just use the power of community. We will be able to have something similar, and it's fully open source. And everybody have the credit when they contribute to the AI model. So the selection mechanism have been proved it, success, and work out. So when we want the community to contribute to the AI model, we will need to give them incentive, right? The biggest incentive is the ownership. So we will need to provide the ownership to the community to let them have the ownership of the AI model that they create for the community. So that's why we proposed an EIP today, ERC7641, Intrinsic Revenue Sharing Token. So this EIP will ensure the token share the revenue that AI model have produced to the community, to the token holder. The different ERC7641, aka ERC20M, M stand for model. The difference between the ERC20M and ERC20 is that like ERC20M will have an intrinsic value that provided by an AI model on blockchain. So every time anybody or any smart contract pay the fee on OAO, then this revenue will directly go to the ERC20M smart contract, and then all the model contributor will have the airdrop for this token, and they will have the revenue sharing when people pay for the model they build. And today, I want to tell you guys, we want to announce the IMO, Initial Model Offering. We are tokenizing AI model on chain. So IMO is really powerful mechanism that we can use on Ethereum to empower the open source AI community. The IMO implementation is based on two important components. The first component is the ownership for the model. So all the contributors for the model will have a piece of the ERC20M token on Ethereum. And the second part is that when you put the inference asset. When you put the AI model on blockchain, when you put the inference on blockchain, like you are not just generating one asset, the model token, you also have the second asset along with that is the inference asset. It's like NFT. It's the ERC7007 AIGC NFT. So it's like this NFT is purely generated by AI model, and it's verifiable which AI model generated certain piece of content. So we'll be able to delegate the ownership of the AI model and the content decentralizedly on blockchain. So with these two major assets, we will be able to empower the open source AI community with the power of crypto and Ethereum. So please check out aura.io/IMO. We have more information there. And about Aura, we are a verifiable Oracle protocol that enable AI on all blockchain, not just on Ethereum. Right now, we just support EVM or those. And this is a QR code for all our information. Our mission is like make AI transparent, open source, and democratized. Yeah, thank you. Any question? Yeah.
Any questions for Cotton? Oh, good. Let's give him another round of applause. Well done, Cotton. That was super interesting. Thank you very much. We're just going to take a couple of minutes before we bring on the next speaker. So yeah, bear with us. All right, everyone. We've got a bit of an update to the schedule here. We got Jonathan with us from ZetaChain. He's going to be giving the talk. Jonathan is the community lead at ZetaChain. He'll be talking about bringing Bitcoin into Web3, what some of the current challenges are with that, and I guess what ZetaChain can do to help. So let's give it up for Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you for the intro. Thanks everyone for being here. It's quite difficult to find this stage. It's like a maze in here. Yeah. So, yeah, this talk is quite timely actually with all of the Bitcoin hype and buzz. And I think one of the big opportunities is, well, how do you actually use Bitcoin in DeFi? And this is one of the facets of ZetaChain, and I'll walk you through an overview and tell you what we're doing. And if you're building, there's a big opportunity to tap into Bitcoin interop. So, yes, we know Bitcoin is the first pioneer of blockchain and the first cryptocurrency, and it's an extremely durable network for more than 10 years now, time-tested, and #1 by market cap. In fact, this should probably be like 1.2 trillion now. I can't update the slides fast enough. So a lot of momentum around Bitcoin. And when we think of the mainstream population, they typically associate crypto with Bitcoin, and they don't really know about all of the fun DeFi innovation happening behind the scenes. Bitcoin ETF approval, definitely a huge stamp of validation for the industry, and shows how early we are in terms of TradFi adoption and new potential users that can onboard into decentralized apps and DeFi. The big barrier is that you can't build directly on Bitcoin because it's non-smart contract capable. And so there's this massive pool of native Bitcoin liquidity, and it poses a huge opportunity for developers building apps in crypto to be able to tap into this, as well as users, whether you're in DeFi or the Bitcoin network itself. You want to be able to interact with apps and do stuff beyond just send and receive Bitcoin. And so cross-chain interoperability, multi-chain is a big focus for the ecosystem, and we've found workarounds to interoperate with different chains. You might be familiar with wrapped token versions, and unfortunately, this has been one of the big vectors of attack in crypto because wrapped tokens introduce questionable security assumptions and trust models. And in the case of Bitcoin, this really hasn't taken off when you think about the persona of a Bitcoin holder being all about trust and security. And a lot of them don't, are not a fan of the DeFi stuff that's happening because of the security implications. And there's been a ton of innovation that we've seen recently in terms of infrastructure and apps on Bitcoin network. The BRC-20 trend, the Bitcoin L2s, application-specific blockchains that interact with Bitcoin, of course, ordinals and inscriptions. And the big thing in all of this, it's like, and what Bitcoin communities really care about is that the settlement happens on Bitcoin network itself. And how do you do that and have access to all of the DeFi innovation and be able to interoperate with Bitcoin? This is one of the special facets of ZetaChain in that we enable native Bitcoin interoperability. The whole thesis and vision behind Zeta Chain is to be an omni-chain blockchain and span across all important networks, and really allow developers, users, experience the benefits of all blockchains. And for the reasons we're covering today, Bitcoin is a really important part of that, and we can extend interoperability to Bitcoin and other non-smart networks like Dogecoin and perhaps others that the ecosystem will vote on in the future. We've just been on mainnet for about 1 month now, so it's quite early. So we're participating in the Build-a-thon, and we're doing hackathons all over the world and have a pretty robust developer ecosystem. And the reason that developers are building on Zeta Chain is to achieve true chain abstraction. What we mean by that is that you can deploy one app on Zeta Chain and it can access liquidity and data and users on any connected chain. And then from an end user point of view, you could be on your Bitcoin wallet on the Bitcoin network, Ethereum, Binance, any connected chain, and you can interact and call that omni-chain dApp and access it. This is a new standard of interoperability. It's different than cross-chain messaging architectures and other approaches, and it involves no wrapping or locking of tokens. So it's a much secure way of architecting your application. And so there are two ways to build on Zeta Chain, and these are the two bounties that we have in the Build-a-thon. The first is cross-chain messaging, where you can relay data between smart contracts on disparate chains. And this is a really easy way to bring interoperability to your app and achieve something like native cross-chain value transfer of fungibles and NFTs. And you can use your existing app on whatever chain. And then the more novel kind of killer feature of Zeta Chain is this concept of omni-chain smart contract. And that is one contract that lives on Zeta Chain, and it's interoperable with all connected chains. And it's what makes native Bitcoin access possible, because all of your smart contract logic lives on Zeta Chain. And then you could be a user on Bitcoin or Binance or Ethereum and additional chains that we integrate in the future, and you'll be able to access that omni-chain dApp without leaving your desired environment. So Zeta Chain's an interoperable L1 that finally connects Bitcoin. And what's cool is that the developer experience is akin to building on Ethereum in that it's EVM compatible. And then in the base layer, it's built on Cosmos SDK and uses a TSS architecture to be able to sign outbound transactions, and all of this is documented in the Zeta docs, which you should definitely check out. So yeah, all of the time-tested contracts, Uniswap, Aave, Curve, all of these things could be deployed on Zeta Chain, and then with a simple on cross-chain call and adding a withdraw function, you can make that app interoperable across chains, and there's really like very minimal code change to achieve that. So we launched mainnet beta 29 days ago now, and this is a a project that's been in development for a couple years, so really big milestone. And I think we know that there's a need for better interoperability given all of the fragmentation in the ecosystem. And I think with all of the Bitcoin ETF approvals and revived interest in crypto, this is really good timing, and we can actually affect real change with a mainnet instance because all of the value transfer is real. Couple hundred dApps deployed on the network. You can check out zetachain.com/ecosystem to see everybody that's building these omni-chain dApps. We also launched Zeta Hub, which is our flagship product and sort of entry point into the network. And you can see all of the apps that are being built. And there's been a couple million transactions on the network so far. And again, this is the value prop and sort of this new paradigm for application building. And that is you deploy your contract once and you you can have access to liquidity and users on all networks. You can interact with that contract from any chain and use any wallet and abstract the underlying chain away. And all of this is happening without wrapping or locking tokens. So everything settles in the native asset on destination chain. So I just came over from Omni-Chain Day. This was an event that we're still hosting a couple blocks away, and we have partners in from all around the world that are speaking on panels and stuff. And I was just talking to the head chef at Sushi Swap, who is an early pioneer in deploying the first Omni DEX on Zeta Chain. And so the DEX is live right now, and then very soon they're turning on the ability to swap native Bitcoin for other DeFi assets on any chain. And so fundamentally, a DEX is a big first step in the sorts of omni-chain apps that you can build. This one is really exciting, and we'll share more information when it goes live, but essentially this will be the first multi-chain asset pool. And so you'll have one contract that you can deposit native assets in from different chains. So Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, ETH on Ethereum, USDC on Binance, and all of this can be interacted with from any chain, this omni-chain asset pool. So all sorts of new yield opportunities and stable swap trading will be possible. And there's a lot of potential for building use cases that we're already familiar with, like DEXs and lending and borrowing, but in such a way that users can access these apps from anywhere, and the liquidity is unified. So we're building on the foundation side a lot of tutorials for these types of omni-chain use cases. In fact, we just wrote a restaking contract. So you can build an app that you can stake native foreign assets from external chains to secure other blockchains. And there are some cool projects in the space that are doing exactly that. With Zeta Chain, you can involve any sorts of assets from any chains, and it lives as an Omni contract on Zeta Chain, and it's quite easy. So we're working with all sorts of partners around the world, application level, infrastructure, wallets, and everybody is talking about multi-chain. And if you're a developer, you're certainly trying to make your app interoperate across all important ecosystems that are here to stay. Bitcoin is one of them. And these are some of the partners that are helping us realize this omni-chain future. And yeah, I sit on the community side, and so I get to talk to people all around the world and developers, and like with blockchains can be very tribal, where they try to steal liquidity from each other and developers, and Zeta Chain is unique in that we really are friendly in our architecture. Like, we're designed to be chain agnostic and like help drive transaction volume across all ecosystems. And so that kind of rubs off on the community culture from my experience. We're very active with events all around the world, do a lot of content and thought leadership stuff. We just crossed 1 million followers on Twitter today, which is a pretty cool milestone. And yeah, I mentioned like follow us on all of these channels, and also join Zeta Hub to actually experience some of these opportunities that our ecosystem is making possible, and would love to have you build cool stuff in it. And we have like a grant program. The QR code will give you more information on that. And yeah, we want to build really cool omni-chain apps with all of you, and specifically this Bitcoin opportunity is quite massive. So there's a lot of good stuff ahead. Thank you for listening. Questions? Sure, yeah. I guess we have time for some questions if anyone is intrigued about some of the things in the deck or about Zeta Chain. Yeah. Performance. Yeah. Well, right now, it's performing fast like an L2, like Polygon. And yeah, when you're interacting with chains on other networks, you're subject to the increased block times of Bitcoin, for example. And so part of the value prop is to allow users and devs to experience the benefits of all blockchains. There are advantages with Bitcoin in that it's non-smart. Others have scalability or privacy strengths and weaknesses. And so you're reliant upon the external chain's security and block times. But on Zeta Chain's EVM, it's like kind of like an L2, and it's really cheap right now. Yeah. Anything else from anyone? Questions? Yeah, like Zeta Chain funding? Yeah, we raised 27 million. We announced that in August last year. And yeah, we have major investors in every major market in Asia and all around the world. And now, yeah, on mainnet for about a month now. Yeah. And on the funding piece, because I get a lot of questions about opportunities and stuff, we want to host demo days with a lot of the builders. And so anyone that is part of like VC and investment, we're going to do demos with people building on Zeta and can make introductions. You got to follow the news, man. The token's live. We're running testnet for 2 years, and I guess different from other chains that you see out there that run a mainnet instance and then introduce the token. Zeta Chain's a bit different in that when we launched mainnet 29 days ago, you need the token to be able to do these cross-chain interactions. So it's very critical to how the omni-chain dApps work, and all of that is in the Zeta docs. Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll be on the side if any of you want to chat more, and again, thank you for your time.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Yanis from DDoB, and I'm going to talk about our technology for analyzing all deployed smart contracts. I'm going to tell you about some of the cool things we've been doing for the past year. Basically, I'm going to go over 3 stories of where our technology has come very handy, and hopefully they're going to be interesting stories. So to start with, I know this is not the best setting for interaction, but who has heard of DDoB? Not many people, so excellent. So my talk is not going to go to waste. So who are we? We do research and technology in program analysis, and we've leveraged this for smart contract security. So we've become one of the successful security firms in the smart contract space, in the Web3 space. We've become a major auditor for many of the services that you know and love. We audit nearly everything from Chainlink, for instance, but many other organizations as well. We audited Eigenlayer just last month. So we've been a pretty successful auditor. At the same time, we've been pretty successful in bug bounties. So we've disclosed many vulnerabilities. So since 2021, you may have seen some of these articles, but basically we've found 11, well, we've found hundreds, but we've gotten 11 bug bounties from vulnerabilities in deployed code. So we've received more than 3 million in bug bounties alone. So we've been pretty successful in this space. Now, but what most people know us for is app.ddob.com or library.ddob.com. It's the same application. It's our tool. People have started calling it just DDoB. And it's a lot of things. It's an explorer that decompiles all deployed smart contracts and runs various analysis on them. Anyone who wants to explore contracts that don't have source code, for instance, comes to our tool. Anyone who wants to explore MEV bots or hacks or anything like that. And this is all based on our decompilation technology primarily. So we have the best decompiler for EVM bytecode. Smart contracts on any Ethereum VM chain, Ethereum, but also all its relatives. They are deployed in the form of EVM bytecode. We can reverse engineer that better than pretty much everyone else. So we are the leader in this space. Now, why is this interesting that we have a decompiler? Well, why do I care? I deploy my smart contracts, and my smart contracts have source code. Well, you care about having a decompiler because it offers a unified platform for automatically analyzing smart contracts. So the decompiler is just a great unifier that enables automation over the smart contracts. That's why you care. So what I'm going to do today is talk about where we've been invaluable in the space. And specifically, these are all stories from the past year. So generally, whenever there's a question that needs to apply to all contracts, all deployed contracts on Ethereum, but also other networks, Arbitrum, Optimism, Phantom, Base, etc., anything EVM-based, people come to us. So let's look at a few applications where our technology has come pretty handy. So story number 1. This was about a year ago. This was February of 2023. This was the finding that over 1/3 of deployed smart contracts have more than 50% of their deployed bytecode be junk code. So sometime a year ago, we tweeted this finding. There's a Solidity compiler, a Sol-C bug, that resulted in most code for many, many contracts out there, most bytecode being junk, never being used. So what's the bug? Like, how did this come to be? It's kind of an esoteric thing. It's a Sol-C bug where library code was only called in the constructor, so it's never used while the contract is running, but the Solidity compiler does not throw away that code. So it includes it in the runtime bytecode, in the actual code of the contract that goes on the blockchain, even though it was never used while the contract is running. It's only going to be called while the contract is being deployed. And this is particularly important for small contracts like proxies. So if you have little proxies that basically have this shape here, and I don't have a pointer, it seems, They have a constructor that calls a bunch of libraries, but then they have code that just forwards to an implementation, and they never need these libraries again. The code for this proxy contract will include all the libraries that are called in the constructor, even though they're entirely unnecessary. So this was kind of a surprising finding. This was fixed after our report in SolC 0819. So this was a finding that leveraged uniquely our technology in the past year. Moving on to story number 2. The Ethereum Foundation often asks itself, what will be the impact of this improvement proposal, this AIP, on all deployed smart contracts? And whenever this happens, we are the natural people to ask. So we've done lots of studies for the Ethereum Foundation over multiple EIPs or things that don't even have an EIP code, like the upcoming Vertical Tree transition. All sorts of upgrades. We study their impact over all deployed contracts. So we are being commissioned to study the impact of all of that. And it's kind of interesting because the general pattern of this is to ask us which smart contracts are going to break if we apply this and that change to the EVM, and which of these contracts are important. And the important part we'll have to discuss because it's going to come up again and again. So that's also part of our technology, not just find what the contracts can possibly do, which is part of our static analysis technology, but also what impact will this have to the overall ecosystem in terms of tokens that are being held, in terms of importance of the code to other contracts, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is important because upgrading the EVM is a pretty dangerous task. If you want to change the semantics of the EVM, it's like upgrading a car while it's still running. And that's exactly what the Ethereum Foundation has to do. And that's where these questions become particularly valuable. So in detail, let's say what we do is ask ourselves, if I get an upgraded EVM, let's call it EVM Prime, it runs smart contracts, and we want to ask, for all executions over all smart contracts, how many will break that didn't used to break before, and how many are important? And our technology comes to answer different questions, such as what is for all executions, what does it mean to break, and what does it mean to be important? So let's have an idea. First of all, for all executions. That's where we use static analysis technology. We have lots of research publications on static analysis. That's part of our DNA as a company. It effectively answers the question, what will a smart contract do under all possible conditions? So our particular technology starts from turning a program into a database. So you can think of it as the decompiled program on the left. It has a loop, and then we insert elements from the program inside tables, and you don't need to parse all of that, but think of it as having tables like induction var and flows and loop with conditions. So we represent now the program as a database, and then we can run pretty important queries, pretty convoluted queries over that database. So we actually use a language that supports recursion. It's called Datalog. So we have a logic-based language that queries this database and can ask things like, well, can you find me all the loops and their bounds, and if they satisfy certain conditions? And again, I'm not going to go into detail, but you get an idea of how we actually specify these algorithms from the little fragment on the left, which is a fragment of the query that we run on the database that represents the program. And then this will actually tell us, well, this program on the right has a loop, and it's bound by variable n times. OK, so this is how we answer the question of what is all executions. How do we answer the question, what is all interesting executions? Programs are one side of the coin, and actual executions of programs, transactions, are the other side of the program, of the coin. And what our technology does is also encode transactions as a database. So this is dynamic analysis. We go over all past transactions. We squeeze them. we distill them down to their essence, so to speak, and we go and store everything in a database that we can query pretty effectively. So for instance, a query may be, give me all the past executions of function so-and-so that have a fixed gas budget. When they're called, the gas that's being passed to the call is, say, 2300, so it's a bounded gas allocation. So when we have the technology, so we have the program as a database, we have the executions as a database, still to answer the interesting questions, we need to apply some ingenuity, and I'll show here an example from a recent study. And the study is over the question, does this smart contract, or find me all the smart contracts that have logic that parses RLP. RLP it doesn't matter too much, it's recursive length prefix. It's a particular kind of serialization, particular kind of encoding of data that's used for blockchain data. So effectively, this tries to find all smart contracts that analyze transactions over Ethereum or other blockchains. So it's kind of a weird thing. The contract itself takes in signatures of transactions and analyzes them. So how do we find this? Well, what we do is we come up with clever ways to use our technology, like static analysis queries over this question. So for instance, in this case, to find contracts that implement RLP decoder libraries, we'll look for specific elements in that code, like specific constants that are used in the RLP specification. And that's not too clever, that's pretty straightforward, but again, it shows that we use the technology and then we have to somehow be clever about how we query the technology. This part is a little more clever. If we want to find past transactions that actually had RLP encoded data, we came up with a clever technique there that basically says, I'll parse the call data and I'll see if I find a bytes array whose length matches what should be inside the array, which is also some length fields, in the case of the RLP specification. So this is kind of a clever query tuned to that particular analysis. Again, the point is not to discuss this query. The point is to kind of illustrate how we use this technology, which can answer all sorts of questions, to answer a particularly interesting question over all deployed contracts and past transactions. And putting it all together, we have all important contracts, we have all executions of contracts, all potential executions, we have all past transactions, and in the end, anything we report, we have to filter by importance of contracts. So we have to ask ourselves, well, we found all the contracts that may be affected. Which of them are important? Because there's lots of contracts deployed out there that have no importance whatsoever. They don't hold money, nobody transacts with them anymore. So what's the importance of a contract? Well, it's a complex question, but for instance, it could depend on any of these factors. It could be that the contract is part of a major protocol, it holds funds, it transiently holds funds, so has some privileges, some permissions with some other contract. It's used as implementation, and someone else who is important calls it, has approvals, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of criteria can tell us that a contract is important. And that's also part of our vocabulary. That's also part of our database technology that one can write queries over. And this requires fairly specialized data infrastructure, and much of this is actually showcased in our public tool. So if you go to app.ddub.com, much of what you see is based on the exact same database that we use internally or as part of our security suite for program analysis of these kinds. So that's story number 2. These are the studies that we run for the Ethereum Foundation, find the impact over all deployed contracts. What's story number 3? Well, that's kind of the most obvious one. War rooms for major hacks. If there's ever a hack that can affect the whole ecosystem, more likely than not, we are being called in. So you've seen those movies that talk about extinction level events. Well, in this space, we talk about ecosystem level vulnerabilities, and that's exactly the same thing. Could there be a bug that will wipe out much of the value held in a specific blockchain? on the mainnet or on some other chain. And whenever something like that happens, whenever there's a threat discovered that's widespread, it's not limited to one protocol, we can participate, and we often participate in war rooms, to apply the same technology and expertise as in the Ethereum Foundation studies and help answer the question, who is affected? So, very recent example from a couple of months ago, from December of 2023, the third web vulnerability. You may have seen the disclosures from OpenZeppelin. There's a bad interaction between a couple of libraries that implement the 2771 standard and multicall. And if you saw the post-mortem, we're being credited there for the crisis management, for the queries. So what did we do there? Basically, again, same pattern as what we did with the Ethereum Foundation studies. We ask ourselves, what are all the affected contracts out there? How did we do it in this case? Well, in English, it looks a bit like this. For all contracts that contain these elements in their decompiled code, so they contain a delegate call, they contain some specific call data array manipulation that indicates a trusted forwarder, which is part of this attack, of this vulnerability, and they also support a certain interface that indicates multi-calling. Find the contracts themselves, and if they're implementation contracts, also find their proxies, including diamond proxies, and report the union of all of those. Every single step I defined here, every single step I presented, uses one part of our technology. It uses the decompiler, because we want to unify all deployed contracts to find these code patterns, regardless of what they've been compiled with and how exactly they specify it in the source code, whether they use an extra parenthesis or something. So we normalize everything. We match patterns on the decompilation. We check signatures. That's also part of our technology. We check in our database all the relationships between contracts, whether we have proxies, whether we have diamond patterns, everything. And then in the end, we also need to ask, what are the important contracts? And I'll get back to that in a second. But let's, just to give you an idea, just to give you a glimpse of the technology and what it looks like internally, which is also the same language that you can use for monitoring bots in our system, if you are a user of our integrated security suite. Here's what the query looks like. Now, again, I don't think you can parse this very quickly, but this is the same thing that I described before in English. So it basically looks at the specific patterns in the decompiled code, and then it queries the database for all proxies that call contracts that have these patterns, including all diamond patterns that may involve the contract that has these patterns in. So that's what we actually did for the third web vulnerability 2 months ago, and we combined this with important contracts, because if you just run this over the 800,000 different code bases that have been deployed on Ethereum alone, you actually get over 10,000 contracts that are potentially vulnerable. So you have to ask, what are important? Which ones are important? So again, you have to combine it with, is it part of a major protocol? Does it hold funds? Does it have permissions? Does it have approvals? Is it involved in some way in something that could control a lot of funds? And in the end, that's what human inspectors analyze. So we report a small subset of the contracts, and people go in and they analyze them for vulnerabilities with manual inspection. So that's all I had to do, I had to say. It's basically, I took you over our unique technology strengths, and I kind of gave you examples with these 3 stories from what we've been doing for the past year. And the main idea, again, is we have technology to normalize deployed smart contracts so we can run automated queries over them. We do the same for transactions, and by combining the two, we can capture a lot of the potential for either bad effects of vulnerabilities or of the potential for anything that could happen when a contract or the Ethereum VM itself evolves. Thank you very much.
Testing.
They have.
Yeah. Did it work? Hello? Okay. Yeah, louder? Yeah, this isn't going in. I don't know what's going on.
What are the issue you're having? What does that usually entail for the? What are you using right here?
Right here, it says it's in, if I wanted a high presenter view, it would go back to this.
Okay.
But for some reason, it was doing this before. I don't know, it would like take a minute. But because they made the change, I don't know if it's now like not showing up the presenter here.
So are you able to click on it and maybe click back into it and see if it swaps over? High presenter view.
There we go. All right, so what do they say, I guess?
Sweet. So it looks like.
Perfect. Okay. I think I need my sunglasses. Anytime? Good? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Billy Seabell. I am the Executive Director of the XDC Foundation. Let me do that right there. That's a little bit better. Can you hear me okay? I know it's not... okay, perfect. So as I said, I'm the Executive Director of the XDC Foundation. The XDC Foundation primarily is focused on supporting the growth and development of the XDC network. And if you're not familiar with the XDC network, we are an enterprise-grade EVM-compatible smart contracts platform. We are primarily focused on liquefying the trade finance space through the tokenization of real-world assets, RWAs. And today, I'm here to talk about mass tokenization and the advent of RWAs and their influence on crypto ecosystems. And we're going to take a look at the landscape and also really what is reshaping this landscape and how we're doing it here at the XDC network. So the RWA market at a glance, this information, as you see here, is provided by rwa.xyz. They're a leading RWA aggregator of information and an excellent resource for seeing what is actually happening online or on-chain with RWAs. And you can see here that currently, right now, they have 1.3 billion is what they're tracking of real-world assets on chains. And that's broken up primarily into two areas. One is private credit, and one is US Treasuries. They're about 50-50 in terms of the value prop for each of those. And on that site, you would see that there's 8 blockchains that are actually listed for RWAs on there, and the XDC network is one of those. And there's been tremendous growth over the last year since the introduction of a lot of these RWAs. The treasuries, as an example, were about $100 million in total value this time, or in January of last year, and it's grown to just under 700 million, and that's a 600% increase. So we're seeing some pretty significant growth going on there. And it's also predicted that RWAs will be a $16 trillion market come 2030, and that data is separate from RWA XYZ. But I think it's important to note here that the private credit market really is what feeds capital to businesses in the form of loans, and this is really where we operate in the space, which ultimately is what we call securitization. So if we take a little bit closer look at it, this right here is the private credit tokenized market, and you can see that there's a $622 million. If you look at it, you can see where they have categories broken up here: consumer, auto, real estate, and ultimately what these are loans to small businesses or enterprises, and they're financing the clothes you're wearing on your back, the TVs you watch TV with, the microphone I'm speaking through, all the chairs that you're sitting on. So it's a very vibrant market and a strong market, and there's tremendous opportunities for growth when you consider the estimates for $16 trillion. As far as tokenized treasuries, this is a good visual to give you a look at the growth that's happened since early last year. And you'll see it's just under $700 million, with the maturity or the average yield to maturity being just under 5%. So now you can actually, on-chain, invest in a US-backed security and get 5% yield, or you can do that in the private credit market. So RWAs bring fuel to DeFi. Really, RWAs are poised to enable the next wave of value coming into blockchain. And if you look at what's happening with the Bitcoin ETF and you're seeing the value coming into the space, I think this is actually a pretty good precursor to what you're going to see with the advent of real-world assets growing on-chain. But if we want to go back and kind of take a look at where this all began, tokenization really first started with a stablecoin, the tokenization of a stablecoin, taking value of a stablecoin one-to-one and putting it into a digital form. And that allowed for the on-ramp of capital into, from the traditional space into the crypto ecosystems. Circle and USDC and the integration of that into ecosystems is a perfect example of how RWAs ultimately can become cornerstones of TVL on-chain. And RWAs now bridge sustainable off-chain yield-bearing assets to DeFi ecosystems. And this is really an essential part of Rails for investment into the crypto ecosystems, and are really the future fuel for what's going to be happening in DeFi moving forward. So if we want to look at really what the positive impact of RWAs are, and they're changing the structure of how value is locked on chain. Originally, TVL was used as a tool to value the amount of crypto that are locked in DeFi ecosystems and protocols. Liquid staking brought more TVL, yields increasing, and really it comes down to the question of whether these are sustainable. You have a lot of particular protocols that may be minting tokens in order to pay yields, and we don't believe that that's a long-term sustainable model for being able to provide yields to people in DeFi ecosystems. But RWAs actually provide the opportunity to replace these unsustainable liquid staking models with time-tested yield-bearing assets, offering an alternative investment to those already in DeFi. And this is partly how we think the attractiveness of this is going to enable new flows into the chains and ecosystems. So RWAs encourage new funds to flow on chain. And really, how does this really happen? So if we want to take a look, RWAs are backed by tangible, measurable assets where traditional investors now have an opportunity to invest in blockchain technology without having to concern themselves with the volatility of crypto assets. And in addition, RWA establishes platforms and processes that are sustainable and encourage legitimacy. And of course, with what we have been through over the last couple of years in this industry, having legitimacy to what we're doing is very important. So protocols that enable KYC and onboarding of accredited investors. And as crypto strives to achieve, or what crypto strives to achieve in many ways, RWAs provide the potential to investors who otherwise wouldn't have it. A lot of these RWAs are not easy to invest in off-chain, but when they come on-chain, they become much more available to investors who are already in that ecosystem. And all of these elements are working together to increase TVL on-chain. So as I mentioned earlier, we're, the XDC network, are primarily here to liquefy trade finance assets. And we're really doing this by trying to address and close what's called the trade finance gap. So if we take a look at really what trade finance is the flow of goods across the globe. And this is often something that, or it's the financing, it's financing of goods and the flow of those goods across the globe. And this is most often done in the form of invoice financing. And it involves bank and non-bank originators. And the trade finance gap, it represents the collective difference between the demand for capital and the supply for capital. And the demand for capital has long been greater than the supply. And it currently actually stands at $2.7 trillion and growing. And this number has been growing for a long time. And if you include micro businesses in that number, you're looking at $5 trillion gap between the money that's available and the money that is needed. The tokenization of trade assets creates the opportunity for businesses, large and small, to have access to financing they wouldn't normally have, especially in remote places where these small businesses don't really have any bankable opportunities. It opens up the doors to them, and it also helps small and medium-sized businesses have greater options, even in places where that capital may be available, but it may not actually be at favorable rates for them. How are RWAs then a solution to the trade finance gap? Well, RWAs have opened up new ways to collateralize and otherwise represent traditional assets. By tokenizing a real-world asset on chain, its rights of ownership can be held, it can be traded, and now it also becomes collateral for other investment instruments. This opens up the opportunity for off-chain securitization to drive the growth of RWAs. And as I had mentioned before, the $16 trillion estimated figure, as I mentioned, is a big part of that. So let's dive in a little bit to securitization. So I mentioned securitization and private credit. They're really the same thing, spoken a little bit differently. But they're the real opportunity as far as we view it for RWAs. So if you look at the definition of securitization, it's the conversion of an asset, especially a loan, into marketable securities, typically for the purposes of raising cash by selling them to other investors. So when we look at the trade finance gap, the way to close this is to make cash available to SMEs that don't actually have that available to them. And through the digitization of documentation in tokenizing these assets, we not only create an immutable record, but we also collapse the time to execute these transactions. We eliminate risk because financing in the world today is around the globe is usually done by a piece of paper. So if you have an electronic bill of lading that you want to use, that's the paper people are financing with. And if I hold that and I hand it to somebody else and they give me money, they hold it. So I can make copies of that in a paper world and I can sell it to many people. And that means many people are actually funding uncollateralized loans. Trade finance assets are the most inflation-proof and risk-averse assets available. By digitizing this process, we create the opportunity to reduce costs through the process, bringing more competitive loans to SMEs. So in other words, blockchain is going to save lenders billions and billions of dollars because they're going to have more efficient systems in order to make their loans, and that's going to trickle down to consumers, and it's going to allow us to have less expensive loans. And as we know, we're dealing with quite an inflationary period now, and this is something that can actually help resolve that. So at the core of the foundation's support and development of the XDC network is the work we've done to bring tokenization to the network. The journey started 3 years ago when we launched our smart contracts tokenization platform. And with this, we used it to actually do the first on-chain transaction for trade finance by taking a handful of invoices from a number of different SMEs and financing them on-chain. And that was in 2021, September of 2020. All this work today has led us to the launch of a US Treasury token called USTY in August of 2023, which is the first RWA on the XDC network. And this gives people the opportunity to hold a digital representation of a BlackRock ETF. And this is made possible through the integration of the platform Securitize, and as I had mentioned before, their abilities for KYC and accredited investors. The XDC network is recognized as a premier blockchain in trade finance. It was one of the first and only layer ones to be invited to be a part of the Trade Finance Distribution Initiative and also the International Farfading and Trade Association. And late last year, XDC Network won the TADS Award for Web3 innovations, recognized for the solutions-oriented work being done on the network in trade finance and tokenization. So we're really about playing the long game at the XDC network, and that takes, so what it takes from us to be successful in bringing RWAs is about doing the process right from the start. And this is why we've integrated with Securitize and successful fintechs that are currently disrupting the securitization market. And currently, enterprises focused on off-chain securitization, who are also working with the XDC network, have secured $3 billion worth of trade finance asset value on a quarterly basis. So these are invoices that get turned over every 90 days. There's $3 billion of notes currently being written. Those expire, and that money gets reinvested into another $3 billion worth of notes. That in itself is again, $12 billion a year. And it's also, there have been hundreds of thousands of invoices that have actually been financed through those loans. So after putting 3 years into this process on chain, the network is now poised to launch production-level transactions with an RWA that we're introducing, it was being introduced on chain, this coming in Q2 of this year. And there's still a lot of work you have to do in order to bring off-chain trade on-chain. And really, in a lot of ways, this is the dawn of a new day for trade finance. And that's really brought to you by the technology built behind the network. And as one of the leaders in RWA tokenization, the XDC network is poised to disrupt the trade finance space and provide solutions to resolve the trade finance gap. So when we look at reshaping trade finance as a landscape, we look at organizations that are bringing innovation and value to the process. Disruption doesn't happen overnight. and it takes time to build processes and systems. But they're in place, and the right enterprises, when they're standing with you side by side, that's when industries transform. This is the real benefit to blockchain technology in the trade finance space and in bringing RWAs to the XDC network. And we really believe that this is our 0 to 1 moment. So thank you very much. If you're interested in learning more, we're in booth 230, which is down that way near the main stage. You're free to scan, no cost at all, to any of these QR codes that we have here for our developer forum, Discord, Docs, or you can check us out at xdc.org and learn more about our network. Thank you very much.
Sweet. There we go. Yeah, that should be fine. And then just go to display settings and select decimator. Okay. Make sure that that's mirroring. It should be. So I gotta mirror it, right? Yeah. Yeah, just go into settings and then go into displays. Yep. And you're mirroring. Oh, sorry.
Okay, cool. But it shouldn't be up yet, right? Okay, okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Test, test. Cool. Hey guys, my name is Nick Pai, and I'm the CTO of Across Protocol. Today we're going to talk about Across, the settlement layer for cross-chain intents. So we're going to cover bridges, intents, and chain abstraction. So the agenda today is to discuss what is the chain abstraction problem. I'll frame that. We'll talk about why intents are the best architecture for cross-chain chain abstraction, how intents work under the hood, so a quick technical preview. We'll frame bridges as settlement layer for cross-chain intents. And then finally, we'll talk about chain abstraction. We'll bring it full circle. How do we make the cross-chain experience for users invisible? And for that, I think we're going to need some cross-chain standards, which I'll propose at the end of the talk. I think VC from Socket explained the interoperable problem very well. So today in blockchains, we have multiple L2s connected to L1s, and they have in-protocol or canonical bridges to each other. This is kind of like the optical fiber between continents, while chain abstraction and the magical UX that you have is the internet on top of that optical fiber. So today in the multi-rollup world, we have multiple L2s connected to an L1 via these optical fiber paths. These in-protocol paths are slow, but they're very secure because they're secured by the same consensus layer that secures the L2 consensus itself. The problem with these paths are that they are complex and they all offer different user experiences. So users, when they want to bridge from Optimism to mainnet or Arbitrum to mainnet, Polygon to mainnet, they have to call different functions, and that's very complex as a developer and user to support. So fast bridges are built on top of these optical fibers, and they offer fast paths that forward users' intents across chains. However, bridges introduce new trust assumptions. So the question is, can we re-architect bridges so that they can still offer speed without adding additional trust assumptions? And I'm going to present how we think that replacing the bridge with a market of competitive relayers gives us the properties of speed, low fees, while maintaining security. So intent-based bridges introduced a solver competition on top of the optical fiber. These solvers compete to fill cross-chain user intents with their own balance sheet, and they can take on differing amounts of finality risk. So these solvers can be very fast and very cheap, and end users can get very fast, cheap, secure user experiences. So the relayer, not the end user, interacts with the bridge. So where we're ultimately driving towards is chain abstraction. So chain abstraction is cheap, fast, secure interoperability that is so seamless you don't know you're dealing with a blockchain, and critically that doesn't rely on a corruptible, trusted vendor. So one of the subproblems of chain abstraction is cross-chain value transfer. If you can't send value between chains, so with sending tokens, then there's a very limited set of actions that users can do. And so Across is trying to solve the sub-problem of abstracting away value transfer. So one key insight that Across has is that value is fungible. It doesn't really matter how your money got to the destination. All that matters is you got your money. This is the mental model for why intents, or in other words, a competitive market of solvers, works so well. So the rest of this talk, I'm going to convince you that intents solve chain abstraction, and ultimately we're going to need a standard for intents and how to originate them efficiently. So first, I will propose a straw man. The one way to bridge is via message passing. Message passing is a user on the left depositing tokens into a contract, a bridge contract, and that bridge contract talks to its sibling on the destination side, either via optimistic relay, ZK relay, or proof of authority relay. The font's really small here. But the problem with these sort of message passes is that they're either slow or insecure. So if there's a centralized message passer, I would argue that's insecure. While if the relayer is optimistic or ZK, it's going to be pretty slow because the message pass can only happen after full finality on the origin side. Message passing also cannot price transfers dynamically. So not only is pricing slow, but when the message is passed by the bridge usually will release tokens on the destination side via some sort of AMM pool or DEX pool or some other way. But the thing is, the bridge encodes its path to solve the user intent into the code. It doesn't really have the ability to dynamically pick the most optimal route for pricing. The upshot of message passing, though, is guaranteed execution, and this is important. Intents does not guarantee execution in all situations, but intents does offer a potentially faster and cheaper way to bridge. So bridging with intents does not actually send messages between blockchain A and blockchain B. An event is emitted on blockchain A, and it's seen by solvers who are running off-chain sophisticated code. And what they'll do is they'll fulfill the user intent on blockchain B. Then the solver will go to the bridge and ask for repayment later. Cross-chain intents, solvers fill users with their own capital quickly and cheaply and then get repaid later. So intents can be very fast. Across is a lot faster than its competition because there's a competition for fillers. Because there's always a filler who can take on some finality risk and they will always beat the others to it. So you can think of intents-based bridging really as a marketplace for fulfilling orders. It's kind of a cross-chain limit order market where any user sends like an order like I have USDC on Optimism and I want to get WETH on mainnet. And then there might be 3 relayers who see this and they're going to compete on speed and also price to fill that quickly. Intents also can be really cheap, and this is a similar property in that relays are going to compete to fill this order. Intents are also very cheap because messages don't have to be passed on every single bridge. Imagine a user sends 100 different deposits. That leads to the filler sending 100 fills, but there's no messages being passed here. The message can be, the total repayment for the 100 orders can be batched at the end of all 100 orders into a single message pass to repay the relayer. So the mental model that I use for how fillers price intent transfers very cheaply is that they essentially have access to OTC loans, external DEXs, Binance, Coinbase. They can access these liquidity sources off-chain to make their own balance sheet and then fill the user cheaply. And finally, intents can be really secure. And this is because intents separate the urgent part, the user needing the fast fill, from the complex part, which is determining whether a user's intent has been fulfilled correctly and whether the filler needs to be repaid. So the intents can be verified via optimistic fraud proofs, ZK proofs, could be proof of authority, whatever. It could take a long time. That's the key point. And these intents can be refilled in batches. It doesn't actually, the fillers are not urgent users. Users need their liquidity very quickly, whereas fillers are sophisticated and are willing to wait. And fillers ultimately can be repaid on the chain of their choice using these canonical messaging paths or in-protocol paths. And as long as these in-protocol paths are the same canonical messaging, in-protocol messaging networks that are used by the L2s, then intents doesn't really add any more security assumptions. So I guess the main point of this section is that bridges are ultimately intent settlement layers. We have an intent layer, which surfaces the user order. For example, an RFQ in Uniswap X or CalSwap, or maybe some sort of batch auction, or it could be an aggregator. And then we have the solver layer, which competes to fulfill user orders. And then finally, we have the settlement layer, which determines which orders have been filled correctly. So I would argue that bridges should be focused on the settlement layer and not solving optimal value transfer paths. Bridges are going to compete at this bottom layer, and these bridges are going to offer differentiated services. Ultimately, settlement contracts are going to win based on what services they can offer to fillers and whether this leads to faster refillment or cheaper fees. For example, here's a set of features that Across offers. Across offers batch repayment. Intents can be fulfilled hundreds, thousands at a time, and that leads to lower amortized costs. Repayment speed, there's a spectrum there. Relayer fee models, so relayers or fillers, solvers are ultimately going to be charged some fee in one way, and so the model is going to ultimately determine what price the filler can show to the user. Flexible repayment chain. Fillers, all things being equal, are going to prefer being able to be repaid on any chain they want to. Backstopping intent fulfillments. So imagine you send an order and no filler can fill it. Can the settlement layer use its own balance sheet to repay the intent? That would be a nice value add, but it also adds complexity. Exclusive relayer periods. Does the settlement layer allow the user and the solver to enter into an exclusive negotiation for price? Imagine this is an RFQ responded by the filler. Intent expirations. Should user orders should they be allowed to expire? And then more exotic options like multiple input or output tokens and chains. Ultimately, this competition is good for users. So we want many different settlement layers. Across is just one option that I work for. But ultimately, what we do need is a standard for intents. These orders or intents are grounded in network effects. We want as many fillers on the network as possible, and these fillers ideally should be interacting with every single settlement layer. So it would be best if all the settlement layers spoke the same language, and if we had a similar, a universal order intent. So I'm imagining some sort of EIP that defines a cross-chain limit order. And I will say that the downside of intents is that if not enough relayers are online, then the UX suffers. So it is a network effects all the way up and all the way down. So the vision for Across and what we're working on, and I'll add some contact details at the end if you want to collaborate, is that Across wants to firstly help build an ecosystem where we have an efficient RFQ for surfacing intents. At the solver layer, we have established a standard so that different fillers are speaking the same language, and we're offering a settlement layer. So I'm going to go now talk about intent standards and auctions for cross-chain intents. This is more experimental greenfields that we haven't fully fleshed out yet. So here's my strawman proposal for a cross-chain order intent. It's a permit-to compatible intent. The key point here is the highlighted settlement contract in the order. The user, when they submit their order, they're going to be able to specify whether they want their order to be settled by Across or some other settlement layer. And the choice of settlement contract will impact the user's security, how confident they are that their order will be fulfilled, how cheaply they can get the fill off, because the fee model is going to affect their pricing, and the other properties of settlement contracts I was talking about before. The other fields are pretty obvious and I think not too contentious. The swapper, so the person who wants to swap, and then the permit to nonce and the permit to initiate deadline. If anyone's not familiar with permit to, think of it as an allowance that you sign off-chain that allows anyone to pull your tokens from the chain that you have specified. So this sort of order would allow users to initiate a cross-chain bridge without sending an on-chain transaction. The settlement contract would then have to define a simple resolve function that takes in the arbitrary data. Sorry, that's the last field here, order data, that then returns the actual contents of this arbitrary data. And this arbitrary data would be more settlement contract specific fields, such as input token, output token. For example, some settlement contracts might want multiple output tokens. So on to the last part, which is how solvers are going to discover user intents. I propose we add an auction to the beginning of the user experience. The user, if the user wants to send ETH from one chain and receive USDC on another, the user should enter into a quick auction where they can negotiate with fillers to get the best price. This auction should produce the cross-chain intent as a permit to order. The filler can then take this order and bring it on-chain. The filler can then take this permit to order, bring it on-chain, and then the filler has initiated the user bridge for them. At the end of this interaction, the user will receive funds on the destination chain, and the user's intent will have been fulfilled. The filler will then request repayment from the bridge protocol after some optimistic or ZK challenge period. So at the end of all of this interaction, we now have a situation where the user has not sent an on-chain transaction, but has signaled their intent and has ultimately received funds on the destination chain. This is almost 95% of the way there to cross-chain abstraction, and all we're missing is for the order to have some sort of arbitrary call data such that when the fill is sent on the destination chain, the user's funds can be used to enter into a lending position or a staking position. So at the end of this, with intents, we have user signing message off-chain and entering into a staking position on the destination chain without having ever sent a transaction. So this is my contact information on Twitter and Telegram. Here's my GitHub. And today, Across is working on a cross-chain intent standard. We're hoping to publish that next week. And Across wants help designing a cross-chain intent auction architecture. Cool. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. So the question was, when a user submits an intent, how do they set the price correctly? And so that's where I think an auction is really good for price discovery. And I know there are issues with auctions. For example, Uniswap X, their Dutch auction, it's a great auction in that you start at a price and you descend to a reserve price. However, the problem is where you actually start the price. And I think that's a really hard problem. I think that's where maybe an RFQ system can do really well. An RFQ to set the price to lead into the Dutch auction. I think auction design is really interesting and there's a wide open space here, but I do think auctions are the best way to set intents. Because today the way it works is the user essentially picks a price out of the air, sends it, and hopes a filler fills it. Yeah. Sorry, I can't. Oh yeah. So the question was, how does the solver prove that they fulfilled the intent? So when the solver fills the intent, they send a transaction. So then the bridge protocol, after say 2 hours, looks at the last 2 hours of fills and tries to match the fills with the deposits, and comes up with a list of successful fills according to some protocol rules. So the solver is not really tasked with proving anything. The solver just has to interact with the right contract and set the parameters right. Because the solver is essentially bringing truth from a different blockchain onto the destination blockchain. Doesn't the user not get what? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't quite get all that, but I think the suggestion was that auctions are not the most efficient way to surface intents, and I agree with that. And I didn't actually hear your solution, but I'm sure it's better than auctions. Okay, thank you guys.
Kevin hungry.
Kevin, just try to let it just stay and just stand with like you're speaking as a, how do you say, a president. A president.
Kevin hungry.
Pull this mic out too.
Hello? Okay, cool. I'm gonna take off. Okay. I'm just gonna start early and then we can all leave early. How about that? Cool. My name is Greg. Today, the title of my presentation, this is the year of UX. So I'm Greg, co-founder and CPO at ChainSafe, previously core protocol developer on Ethereum's consensus and a variety of other dev tools. I spent a lot of my kind of like independent time working on standards, which is super sexy, I know. And it's specifically in the wallet space, so extremely, extremely loving. But I think we're in a real special moment, a really, really special moment this year specifically. My presentation today was going to be a lot different. I was going to be focusing on how we are abstracting away a lot of like core infrastructure and norms that we're used to day to day. But I spent yesterday at Cake, which thankfully for those that watched the previous presentation, we got a nice little bit of a deep dive into Cake, so I can gloss over that. So the chain abstraction stuff. But also today I spent some time at the wallet area, in the wallet teams, working on some standards. And I got really excited. I made this tweet as I left the wallet standards at 12 and realized I'm going to completely scrap this entire presentation and basically give everybody as quick of a deep dive of what's changing in the wallet space and how that's being affected through Cake, so the framework, the chain abstraction framework that was done, and why I fundamentally believe if we can't get it UX this year, it's over. There is no, we can't come back from it. If you know me, I'm a bit, I like to be a little bit dramatic, but I fundamentally believe this is truly the year that everything changes for UX. And so I'm going to start with my presentation that I did back in Dev Connect, which is I started with this question. This is a very common question we have at ChainSafe. We're an R&D team that focuses on protocol work, but we also do a lot of consulting in our gaming and interoperability side. And we always get this question that where do we deploy? Where do we build? And this is such an incorrect first decision that people have to make. And it's because of an old philosophical question we have from when we first got the EVM. Because when we first got the EVM, there was only one EVM. There's one execution layer that we could use, and this followed the early 2000s standard of how we build web apps. You have a single server, and you have a single web page, and they communicate with each other back and forth. Nowadays, we don't have that. Nowadays, we have a microservice architecture where you've got gateways pushing information to different places. You've got image processing happening on the side while your Facebook post happens in some other server, and the like you make happens in a completely different one. We're far past the single server relation. And so why aren't we thinking about blockchains the same way? And so I have this example. If we have this dApp called Block Racers, today we're screwed to choosing one single chain because and we have to figure out which one makes the most sense. Where are our users at? But in reality, we solve this problem by, saying, let's just bridge some stuff, bridge your assets over, bridge your data, bridge your identity. And as we know from what we've heard from Intense the last couple days here especially, I think we can get a little bit better solution than that. So what we were talking about in Dev Connect, before chain abstraction was really a nice concept that I could use, we defined this process as, how do we get rid of the network tab switch? How do we go multi-chain with a singular instance of your core contract data? And that's kind of what we have here. You deploy your core contracts onto one blockchain, and you have adapters on other blockchains that are just dealing with the bare minimum thing. So if this is a application that's doing wagered bets, gambling, whatever, something in that realm, you only need to know and escrow that money on the chain where the user is. And they don't even need to know what blockchain they need to be on because you just deploy that one escrow contract everywhere and then your core logic runs elsewhere. This gets augmented, obviously, and then you have bridges orchestrating, Intense solvers doing all the orchestration of the liquidity after. This can be augmented tenfold when you start adding rollups as a service because you can then run session keys dedicated just to that rollup, similar to other chains, and this is where account abstraction gets crazy. But this is also where I cut off my presentation. This is where I just ripped it out and I said, we're not talking about this any further. But we're going to take hints to this for the rest of it, okay? Which is, at the end of the day, we are going to use the Cake framework and a bunch of standards coming out in the wallet space to actually, let's not say solve onboarding, but we're going to make it as close to zero-click as we can. And I don't know if that's solving onboarding, but it's getting really damn close to giving us an experience that looks like Web 2. And I think that's what we actually need here. And so let's talk about chain abstraction. Thankfully, we had a nice little explanation of Cake earlier. There's multiple layers. Most people are deploying at the application layer. Account abstraction, KMS, Intense, this jargon, which basically says I want to do X and receive Y. That's there. Solvers, the ones doing the hard work, basically computing what to do. Settlement layer, figuring out how to actually, how to like finish the process that the solvers want. And that's cake. I mean, I'm glossing over it because I think if you really want to understand cake properly, you should go watch some of the videos from the chain abstraction day 2 days ago. Phenomenal. What I'm going to do is talk about how we're augmenting this with new standards and get a little bit closer. So obviously, cake is here to solve this problem. You have, okay, I mean, there's testnets in there, but it proves a point. Like, you have Ether. Why am I representing it as like 5 different versions of Ether? I don't care. I have 5 ETH, not like 5 Sepolia, not 5 Optimism or 5 Arbitrum ETH. I have, or 1 of each. I have 5. That's my total balance. Stop giving me, we don't need this fractionalization. We also don't need to like understand that USDC is absolutely a disaster on Arbitrum. I don't care. I don't care. Cake helps solve this, right? Because the solvers are doing the hard work of figuring out what you have and what to give you at the end of the day based on the protocol you want to go to. And we'll get into that in a second. We're solving this problem, which is wonderful, right? It's like gas is no longer a problem. We can do that with account abstraction. Thank you to the paymasters. And this is an interesting one. I learned this more recently, but we have another problem that we're hoping to solve with some new standards. This is called, we all know Wallet Connect, yeah? This is called the NASCAR problem. I don't know how many people are American. I don't watch NASCAR, but this is a thing. So if you look at a NASCAR car, awful naming, there's a lot of ads. I don't know what I'm looking at. Similarly, we have too many wallets. I don't know, I don't care. I don't know where my wallet is. I don't want to find my wallet. Half the new users coming into this space aren't going to know who deployed them their wallet. They're going to have an address or an ENS name or some sort of domain name, and they're going to want to figure out how to get access to that. So, yeah, the NASCAR thing's a real problem, and we keep on doing this in a space. Please look it up, and please let's learn from this. Let's not do it more often. That's no shame to Wallet Connect. They do great work. All right, let's talk about some new standards, how we're like addressing a lot of this, and kind of like also what, there's a small shill at the end what we're doing, but like honestly at the end of the day, I really want to like educate people on like, there's a lot of shit coming down this pipeline this year, and I think we can execute it on the next 6 to 8 months, and if we do, when I want to open an ETH compound position using my DAI, we should be able to do that. And there's a few key things here. And it was talked about in the previous one. And any intense, talk you've been to will have like a very similar thing. But there's something key here that I'm going to relate back to the UX. Because most of the people talking about Cake that will talk to you about Cake today aren't really talking about like the front end UI componentry. That's what I'm going to get into shortly. And that's what a lot of our standards focus on. That's where I spend a lot of my time. They focus more on the architecture side of like the underlying physical side, not on like what your average React developer is going to be dealing with. So when I talk about this, we're going to be talking more on a little bit more high level. And so there's a few things you notice. There's no network. There's no destination network. There's no starting network. There's no destination network. And ultimately, we're doing a swap in the middle. The key thing here is that as a dApp, you shouldn't really care where your users are coming from, nor should you care where your contracts are. Because at the end of the day, people should be just able to deposit into it. And so there's 3 things we're going to touch on today with these standards. I'll go them really quick. Trust me, standards are boring. I've made this a little bit more enjoyable, I promise. It's wallet discovery, which is a problem. Account abstraction, which we'll touch on, and permissions, which are really interesting. So with wallet discovery, so are we familiar with 4337, account abstraction, the latest, perfect, smart account modules? Wonderful. How many of you have tried to create a dApp that finds somebody's pre-existing smart contract wallet? Have you been successful? Yeah, it's impossible. It's actually impossible. Like, unless you were the one that deployed it and you know through which provider you deployed that smart account through. So if the whole goal of smart account abstraction is to have smoother permissions, so we get wrecked less, defragmentize the fact that we have stranded EOAs living everywhere with a little bit of dust floating around, how are we in a situation where every app is now deploying you a brand new smart account? Really all we're getting is EOAs with, we're at the same problem, death by 1,000 accounts, but we're slapping on some permissions onto it. Not very helpful. Because now you as a app developer, you're gonna have to eventually do this again. Hey, do you mind bridging your funds or sending your funds from your main account back into the smart contract wallet? That's not what we want to do. We want to get to a place where there's modules. We want to get to a place where you're simply requesting to spend on behalf of the user's actual account. And that's where 7555 comes in. 7555's title is SSO for smart accounts. It works for EOAs too, as we've discovered more recently, but it's SSO for smart accounts. What's SSO? You know, you've used single sign-on to like use Google to log into Slack or some other third-party service, right? It's a one-click action, you get in. It's kind of like this, right? You know, you go in, you select your account that you want to sign in with. It redirects you to Google. Google then tells you what it's trying to take from you. You know, in this case, I think it's email and some calendar information, and then kicks you back out. 7555 tries to do the same thing. You know, you could imagine we have a provider login, you click it, it redirects you to ChainSafe's domain. We then know how we created that smart contract wallet for you. We authenticate you and log you in, and then we return that address back to the dApp so the dApp's aware of now what that address is. We can take this a step further though, and this is where like it gets really magical. What if we have login with name, login with domain? What if all you had to do was go to a dApp, type in gregthegreek.eth, and it does a reverse resolution and looks up is this an EOA? Or did somebody deploy a smart contract wallet for the user, for me? And then it knows who deployed it and automatically hits the wire protocol, which effectively 7555 is just a wire protocol, and automatically redirects the user to the provider that deployed it. So in this case, it might be ChainSafe. It could be Pimlico, Biconomy. I really don't care. But it'll automatically know it's embedded into the Web3 modal. And all I do is I walk up to a new dApp and I just say, yeah, I'm gregthegreek.eth. I know I can prove it. You know, maybe it's through passkeys, WebAuthn. Maybe it's through my ledger. But I know I have a sign-in key that I can prove I am that person. Just, you type it in, I click enter, bam. It takes me to the site, similar to how the Google login works. It goes over there, and I do it. The next step, if you're following me, is where we add permissions into this mix. So if you remember, I said, I want compound, I'm gonna open up a compound position using DAI, but I want an ETH position. That's an intent, right? That is an intent that needs to be solved. But what we need to do on top of that as a dApp developer, instead of deploying a wallet, you deploy metadata that describes what you're trying to get your people to do, your user to do, what permissions it needs to do, and then what happens is the solvers act on that. This is a standard that literally is coming out of today. You can kind of think of this as like all of these together as like the TLS moment for wallets. And what that looks like is, if you remember here, where we have this auth page that people know really well in the Web 2 world, and I made this like 30 minutes ago because I deleted my entire presentation. Bear with me. Compound wants additional access to your account. When you allow access, you know, I don't have the save or allow button. Open an ETH position on your behalf. But Compound also already has access to add a max of 10,000 DAI per week because you've already actually given them the allowance in a previous state. Now we have a Web 2 flow that looks nearly identical to what we're used to. And it's all through wallets. All you had to do is type in your ENS name. Maybe it's gregthegreek.com. Maybe it's a handshake, it's clusters. You know, we don't have to be opinionated about this. And that's all you have to do. And you might be wondering, okay, hey, But where does a user get an ENS name? Well, Uniswap hands them out for free. Argent hands them out for free. All we need to do is just set up a resolver to say, how do I find the provider? And these are all things that are coming out of like literally the last like 48 hours. I got really excited, and that's why I nuked my presentation, why I wanted to show you all this. And I think the final thing that's worth mentioning today about where UX is heading is 3074. Is anybody familiar with 3074? Auth call and auth. So it got shot down pretty hard 2 years ago. This was like a way to give an EOA the ability to do something such as approve and transfer from in the same transaction scope. As you know, an EOA, like a MetaMask, for example, is unable to do that. You have to do 2 transactions. 3074 allows you to do that. It doesn't give you paymasters really easily. It doesn't do all the fancy stuff 4337 does. But it gives you the ability to do multiple chain calls in a single transaction frame, in a single dot call. And I think that's really powerful. And we had an all-core devs call today where it looks like it might actually become a reality because we can use 3074 in conjunction with 4337 to make a smooth onboarding experience for users to get eventually into that end game state of a smart account wallet while still maintaining the integrity of an EOA that they need. And this is really powerful because like we can try and 3074 like actually prevents people from getting wrecked. You want to go swap 10,000 DAI on Uniswap, you typically accidentally hit unlimited. 3074 will literally only approve 10,000 because it's in the same scope. There's no difference. The gas cost is marginal. It's a really big improvement. And I would highly advise everyone to listen to all core devs that happened today, just the small segment on 3074. You understand why like 2024 is going to be a huge year. We might actually solve a lot of the onboarding issues, and we're probably going to do it a lot sooner than December. On a final note, a small shill, super small. This resolution, nice. This is something that we have been working a lot from an R&D perspective at ChainSafe. You know, we do a lot of research, especially a lot of UX research in the interoperability space. If you're a DApp and you're looking at how can you do a deep integration with something like solvers that maybe the across team talked about earlier, or how do you basically obfuscate the network tab from ever existing inside, give us a chat. We've got some people in beta with some of our products that we're working on. Super unopinionated. It uses off-the-shelf tools. It's not brand new proprietary stuff that we're working on. We make sure to use the best solver, the best bridge, the best whatever exists at the available moment for what you need to do. Because at the end of the day, we want to, everything I talked about today, like we're not even working on half that stuff. Like we're working on some in 555. Everyone else is working on the other stuff. But we want to bring it all together and make sure that you have the best from the UX, the front end perspective, to really build the best applications so you can attract users from every single chain and not just the one you deploy on. Because I think that's, by the end of 2024, you will no longer be asking what chain you deploy on. You'll be asking, how do I get access? It won't even be a question of how do you get access to every user. It's just going to be, you know, part of the npm install walkthrough flow to just say like, oh yeah, like any user can use my app. I don't care if they're on Arbitrum, Optimism. To be honest, near Solana, it doesn't matter. You should be able to get access to every single user, and that's really where the future UX is going. 2024 is the year, and yeah, thank you. If you want to connect with us, I'm Greg the Greek everywhere. This is a link tree. You can get to ChainSafe from there as well. And thank you. I will field a question, but like, I don't know. This was kind of like philosophical. It's probably not. And yeah, thank you.